Founder, Director, Dr. S. Balakrishnan Sir from Bodhi International Journal Editorial Board, and the beloved Vice Principal Academic, Dr. Prabhakaran Sir, the Professor and Head of the Department, Dr. Rama Madam, the Coordinator, the participants from our institute, the other institutions. A very good morning to everybody present in this session. It gives me an immense pleasure to be a part of today's the international conference, which have been conducted virtually. I can say thanks to the technology. Because of the technology, we are able to meet the personalities for the entire world, whomever they are sitting. And I'll appreciate the department, particularly I belongs to coming under engineering stream. We used to always think that journals, all projects, etc., means only related to science, technology like this. But I'll appreciate the even English and Foreign Languages Department of SRMIST, Ramapuram campus. I've been organizing regularly on these programs like a national conference, international conference, workshops. So that shows that department caliber to overcome with the competitive with the engineering departments by publishing the various publications. Nowadays, you are aware that the entire the process of ranking, you take about NBA or NAC, or you say NIRF, everywhere the academics is only one part. The major portion is about the research activities. They expect that the quality of paper publications from all the departments. So how come it is possible in the case of PFL department? Because your area is totally different. But however, with that concern, also they have been initiating. They are able to get very good publications. And in fact, a few faculty members have been started trying for the projects also on the literature. Regarding this, today's the International Virtual Conference, which is Emerging Trends in Language, Literature and Linguistics. In fact, we engineers are very poor in English. I can say that only will use the English only whenever it is required, including our students also. So they never study about the English subject in depth. So only they will study to some extent wherever it is required. They will use. You see, in the case of the IL examination, TOEFL examination, so they learn only the basic fundamentals. But if they learn in depth, obviously, where it is useful. Say, I have only don't have that much knowledge on this about the language and linguistics. So I know about only the literature, general literature. The literature is generally shows about different types of characters in its own style. The literature has been proven a great tool to the approach of English language. And the literature gives, say new words, learning these words help us in improvement of vocabulary in the language. But linguistics is totally different. It refers to the systematic study of a language, whereas literature can be defined as the study of written works within the language. So I don't have much knowledge on this because I happen to study, particularly this about the, during my +2 education. Then I happened to study 1 year BSc. By the time I come across about the literature, I find that English literature was very, very tough. I happened to come across about this particularly Shakespeare novels, which is actually there was a romantic, there was a tragedy. I happened to study Macbeth, Midsummer Night's Dream, then Othello, Julius Caesar. These and all I just come across, but it is very hard. Similar way, we have John Keats novels and all. There was English literature that Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained. So in fact, it is very very easy to remember the words, but however, we struggle a lot even to write on a paper. In fact, we may be competent in other subjects, but I find very difficulty to put up particularly English grammar, everywhere we are like. I can say strictly, engineers are very bad in English, but they are very good in accounts. I can say that. But we try to, whenever we get an opportunity, we try to interact to attend a few programs conducted by EFL department. We love to see their pronunciation, their accent, their English, their language, the vocabulary words and all. In fact, even at the age also, we try to learn few things from my seniors and as well as my juniors. Once again, I'll appreciate the department for organizing, wonderful manner. I'm very happy to see there's so many eminent personalities from the entire world on the online. My request to the participants, try to learn something from this particular, the expertise which have been in the today's online. Once again, I'm appreciating the Bodhi International Journal. They have I can see that they have a very strong editorial board. Eminent personals are there in this editorial board, and I'll appreciate their services voluntarily without any charges and all. They're publishing the papers. Very hard to see such type of people nowadays in the society. Once again, I felt very happy to be a part of this today's program. I'll thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, madam, for providing wonderful opportunity to be a part of this today's program. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you, sir, for your remarkable words of appreciation. I now request my colleague, Dr. Nagamani, to introduce the chief guest to the virtual gathering.
Thank you, Afran. Before moving on to the introductory note, I would like to extend my warm welcome to Dr. Indra Banerjee, Assistant Professor of English, Ranchi University. Welcome you, ma'am. With special note of thanks for the opportunity, I deem it my pleasure to introduce the chief guest, Dr. Mustabshira Siddiqui, Assistant Professor, Department of English Language and Literature, Taiba University, Saudi Arabia. I feel so honored to introduce a very resourceful speaker to the gathering as chief guest, Dr. Mustabshira from the Department of English Language and Literature from Taiba University. Genuinely a literary tycoon from her years of collegiate education, where she excelled in academics and other activities as well. She did her UG, PG, and PhD from the University of Lucknow. She has cleared NET in 2013, and she has to her ample years of teaching experience. She is at present working as assistant professor at Taiba University, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia since 2018. The lucrative thing about her profile is the awards and accolades she has won. In the year 2020, she has been endowed with Global Teachers Award by AKS Education Awards. In 2021, she has won Women Role Model for Younger Generation Award. In the same year, she has won the Best Young Professor Award under Bodhi International Research Excellence Awards and Academic Leader of the Year Award. She has over 30 papers being presented in national and international conferences and has nearly 20 papers to her credit in reputed indexed journals. She has authored 2 books to her credit. The workshops she has conducted on diverse topics shows her academic caliber and acumen. She is interested in serving as counselor for emotional health, especially of the younger generation. It is indeed a great pleasure to have such a dynamic woman in our midst today as chief guest for the inaugural address. Over to you, ma'am. We are awaiting to get greater insights from your deliberation. Ma'am?
She needs to unmute.
Okay.
Okay. So sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a wonderful introduction. I am overwhelmed.
You,
I just cannot imagine myself being described like that. But
you deserve it. Thank you
so much. So I will begin now without any delay. So I want to share my screen. I'm just doing it. Can you just confirm if you can see something?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please share, ma'am.
Can you see the
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is visible, ma'am.
I got it ready so that there is no problem.
Yes,
and we don't waste any time. Okay, thank you so much. I will just make it like
Full
this.
screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, fine.
So since you know that I have done my PhD, my doctorate in English literature, and it was actually Shakespeare. When Sir was talking about Shakespearean plays and the poems, I was really enjoying it, because I have done my PhD on Shakespearean plays and its adaptations in the modern times, how people have adopted it in a different manner. And Shakespeare is like this evergreen personality for everyone. Even today we value Shakespeare plays, and Sir, when he was talking about literature, he only remembered Shakespeare. So it's like Shakespeare is somebody nobody can deny from literature. And since I am also from literature, so I would be giving since the topic of the conference was emerging trends in literature, I was really thinking like what should I introduce new to the public, because we already have a lot of things in literature which is there since 20th century, we have discussed already. So I just tried to pick and choose some new topics and emerging trends which could be a kind of debutant for the generation there, which is watching now. So let's talk about it now. So if you could see this, the content tells us it's going to be about flash fiction. There are certain new terminologies which are just being introduced to the young generation, and I don't want to bore anyone from my lecture. So it's like the conference which is emerging trends. So let's talk about the emerging trends in literature. And of course language comes into consideration when you are talking in literature. Language is not gone anywhere. So the first thing I will be talking about is flash fiction. And due to the this idea of digitalization and everything, and we are today online, so I just talk about the new things like flash fiction, 6-word novel, shift in themes because of this pandemic and everything. So we have margin, gender equality, which everybody is talking a lot nowadays, more very sensitive topic, effects of globalization, mental health. As you know that I cannot avoid this topic because I am, this emotional health counselor. And technology, of course, we are talking through technology, and fantasy, which is kind of comic relief, in this tragic world. You cannot just leave fantasy anywhere. And we have role of digital media and literature, which is very important nowadays. The media is is a very important thing nowadays. Everybody is on Twitter and Snapchat, and people are like, people believe whatever they see. And not the last and not the least thing is the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, which is the most important factor in gathering us together today, because of this whole idea of being online and sitting at home because of the pandemic. So I will begin now from the first thing, which is the flash fiction. So what is a flash fiction? I will tell you first this thing. So flash fiction is a fictional work of extreme brevity that still offers character and plot development. There is no set word count that separates flash fiction from more traditional short stories. Flash fiction stories can be as short as few words, while short stories typically run for several pages. And it is indeed a story with a beginning, middle, and end. This sets it apart from a prose or a poem or a vignette, which can explore an emotion, memory, or thought without a plot. Or flash fiction has roots going back to prehistory, recorded at origin of writing, including fables and parables. There were times when people used to like fables and parables, notably Aesop's fables in the West, like, where animals talk to each other, like we have movies on based on that. And Panchatantra and Jataka tales in India, of course, we know that. Later examples include the tales of Nasiruddin and Zen koans as the Gateless Gate. In 1920s, flash fiction was referred to as the short story and was associated with Cosmopolitan magazine, and in the 1930s collected in anthologies such as the American short story, like 2 times short is coming. Practitioners have included Sadi of Shiraz, which means Gulistan of Sadi, and Bolshoi Prus, Anton Chekhov, O. Henry, Franz Kafka, H.P. Lovecraft. It is a text of like it gives us the idea of give up. It was like by Franz Kafka, and Baby Dolls by Becky Robinson. It was early in the morning, the streets clean and deserted. I will give you an example of how they have written it. I was walking to the station. As I compared the tower clock to my watch, I realized that it was already much later than I had thought. I had to hurry. The shock of this discovery made me unsure of the way. I did not yet know my way very well in this town. Luckily, a policeman was nearby. I ran up to him and breathlessly asked him, "Way?" He smiled and said, "From me, you want to know the way?" "Yes," I said, "since I cannot find it myself." Give it up, he said, and turned away with a sudden jerk, like people who want to be alone with their laughter. So this is one of the examples of, give it up. So this kind of, this is the flash fiction, one of the examples. And then we'll move to six-word novel. So what is a six-word novel? A six-word novel is a story told in only 6 words. This activity requires writer to boil a story down to its core, then summarize it in a half dozen words. Most writers home in on a deep topic or pivotal experience, but existential themes are not a requirement. Common memoir themes include life and death, love, loss, and even religion. Author Ernest Hemingway is known for his terse writing style. Short sentences, spare descriptions, and limited adjectives set his writing apart from the more flowery novels of the early 20th century. Supposedly, Hemingway was once challenged to write an impossibly short story, a narrative in 6 words. His answer was, "For sale, baby shoes never worn." So this was for 6-word fiction. For sale, then colon, baby shoes, comma, never worn. After she died, I Came Alive by Rebecca James, and One Gun, Two Shots, Three Dead by Mercy, the examples of the 6-word novel. And then we have, cannot see it. Okay. Then we have shift in themes. So the central theme, now we have shifted from what we used to do, before in our themes in literature. The central theme of literature relies on its contemporary society. Of course, literature is all about the society, the contemporary, what's going on. Today's social issues are very much different from the past few ages. For example, the problems faced by people of Victorian era is different from problems faced by us today. The notion of love was different back then. The class discrimination was at its peak once. It still is, but now we can talk about our right. People are now very much conscious with their mental health, identity, social hierarchy, and seeks to relate to it. Science and technology has evolved a lot in past few decades, and literature too needs to synchronize with it. Even 10 years ago, to search for a note, we had to go to the library. Internet was there back in 2012. But it was so easily accessible. But today we do not need to worry about that. We can even create a second world with science, which is called metaverse. Now we will dive into some common themes that we get to see nowadays. Sorry. Okay. So now the marginality. What is marginality? Marginality is a complex condition of disadvantage which individuals and community experience as a result of vulnerabilities that may arise from unfavorable environment, culture, social, political, and economic factors. According to Cambridge Dictionary, marginalization means to treat someone or something as if they are not important. We have racial marginalization. We have different types. The influence of Western countries is major reason for this. The concept of otherness within double quotes results from a philosophical, psychological, cognitive, and social process through which a group of defines itself, creates an identity and differentiates itself from other groups. This is one of the work, The Warmth of Other Suns by Isabel Wilkerson portrays this racial issue vividly. In this book, Isabel Wilkerson argues that the African Americans caught up in the flood of the Great Migration never escaped the specter of segregation. Once free of the de jure segregation of Eustis and Monroe, migrants were confronted with the de facto segregation of Chicago and New York. Even when discussing America's disparate systems of oppression, Wilkerson never fails to maintain a core of unity, reminding her readers that both the North and the South were part of an apparatus meant to systematically strip opportunity away from African Americans. by allowing the Great Migration to unfold through the eyes of those who lived it, Wilkerson weaves together three intricate narratives bound together by a single common thread, which is fear. This fear, the constant companion of racism and discrimination, permeates the book, follows Ida Mae Gilladney and George Starling and Robert Foster from their homes in the old country into the promised, within quotes, land. For African Americans in the South, it is the fear of the white ruling class, a fear sharpened by white violence and Jim Crow into the bedrock of the racial caste system. For white people of the North, it is the fear of African Americans, a fear responsible for triggering white flight, job discrimination, and housing segregation. Then the next thing, which is again into the margins, is cultural marginalization. Cultural marginalization refers to the experiences of individuals living within two cultures, but integrated into neither of them. Okay. The Italian rationalist Antonio Gramsci built up the idea of cultural hegemony out of Karl Marx's theory that the predominant philosophy of society mirrors the convictions and interests of the ruling class. It is a concept which refers to domination or rule achieved through ideological means, inferring that a group of people can have the ability to hold power over social institutions and thus influencing the everyday thoughts and expectations and behavior of the rest of the society by directing the normative ideas, values, and beliefs that become the dominant worldwide view of a society. Then we have the caste marginalization. Caste-based marginalization is one of the most serious human rights issues in the world today, adversely affecting more than 260 million people, mostly reside in India. Caste-based discrimination entails social and economic exclusion, segregation in housing, denial and restrictions of access to public and private services and employment, and enforcement of certain types of jobs on Dalits, resulting in a system of modern-day slavery or bonded labor. Even in the media, Dalits and other marginalized communities are missing from leadership positions. Our 2019 report states that out of 121 newsroom leadership positions under study, 106 were occupied by upper castes, 5 by other backward classes, and 6 by people from minority communities. 75% of anchors conducting debates on television belong to upper castes. Not one was Dalit, Adivasi, or OBC. It's one of the example I will give you. Bama in Karukku, it's a Dalit fiction, writes about a Christian Dalit woman who realizes that her identity as a Christian is deeply interceded by her identity as a Dalit, and that she must fight the discriminatory practices both within the church and outside, and that this is all more tough as a woman. Karukku is a significant novel which reflects the sufferings of Dalit women in a patriarchal and caste-based society. At every moment, the protagonist undergoes some sort of patriarchal or traditional suffering. This sort of sufferings recurrently pushes women into the class of subalterns. This is one of the terms. Wherever Dalit women go, they are encircled by many circumstances evolved out of traditional caste backdrops. On the other side, at home, they are bound up with patriarchal norms. They are trapped with many societal patriarchal rules. It eventually drags them into the class of other, within the single quotes, other. Bama portrays the sad reality of Dalit women in the selected text. She explores her own story of suffering, which is about patriarchy and culture set in Dalit background. Bama writes in the novel, in this society, if you are born into a low caste, you are forced to live a life of humiliation and degradation until your death. Even after death, caste difference does not disappear. If you are born into a low caste, every moment of your life is a moment of struggle. Then we have, which is the most important thing today, gender equality. Gender equality is imperative to human rights and peaceful societies. It's not only women who are affected by gender inequality. All genders are impacted, including men and gender diverse people. Gender equity is the process of being fair to women and men both. To ensure fairness, strategies and measures must often be available to compensate for women's historical and social disadvantages that prevent women and men from otherwise operating on a level playing field. Equity leads to equality. Gender equality requires equal enjoyment by women and men of socially valued goods, opportunities, resources, and rewards. Where gender inequality exists, it is generally women who are excluded or disadvantaged in relation to decision making and access to economic and social resources. Therefore, a critical aspect of promoting gender equality is the empowerment of women, with the focus on identifying and redressing power imbalances and giving women more autonomy to manage their own lives. Gender equality does not mean that men and women become the same, only that access to opportunities and life changes is neither dependent or non-constrained by their sex. Achieving gender equality requires women's empowerment to ensure that decision-making at private and public levels and access to resources are no longer weighted in men's favor, so that both women and men can fully participate as equal partners in productive and reproductive life. Shashi Deshpande, in her short story, The Intrusion, talks about the consent of a woman. Her parents don't give importance to her consent before her marriage. This is one of the issues in India a lot. Later, her husband also ignores her consent. Now, we have to keep in mind that the notion of fourth wave feminism is very much different from the first wave of feminism. The first wave of feminism took place in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, emerging out of an environmental of urban industrialism and liberal socialist politics. The goal of this wave was on legal issues, primarily on securing women's rights to vote. But the fourth wave seeks greater gender equality by focusing on gendered norms and the marginalization of women in society. Fourth wave feminism became a movement for women to speak up and share their experiences online about sexual abuse, sexual harassment, violence, the objectification of women, and sexism in the workplace. Shashi Deshpande's much acclaimed short story, The Intrusion, talks about the husband's intrusion into the wife's physical and psychological privacy. The subject matter of the short story is marital rape. It affects the victim. Its own rape is a kind of trespass into one's privacy. Maybe it is a kind of injury like any other injury. It also can be healed, but it takes a longer time to get healed since the psychological trauma and the stigma attached to it by the society are involved, and it makes the wound more painful. Mukta at Rig Hastily says the intercourse in The Intrusion goes unpublicized since its occurrence amounts to rape, but it's within marriage. It is a typically Indian story as it talks about one of the important problems of arranged marriages in Indian society, where the partners are neither friends nor acquaintances, but only husband and wife. As Shraddha Banu says, it is the classic picture of the start of an Indian marriage and grossly insensitive Indian males. The protagonist of the story is a modern educated woman who expects that husband and wife should know each other pretty well and be good friends before they start a normal married life. Then we have the next thing, which is a very important emerging trend, is the globalization. Globalization initiated with the masses traveling to other geographic areas for exploration, then with the interest for travel and enjoying personal space. Then came the era of searching for employment opportunities anywhere on the globe with the race of survival of the fittest. When every step that technology took towards modernization, globalization started on rooting its footsteps. In today's era, the various means of telecommunication, social media, and most importantly, the internet has a big role to play in the spread of globalization. Globalization has a wide role to play the world over. It has left its footprints in every field of life. The interchange of worldviews and ideas has resulted in a major transformation of the lifestyle and living standards of people globally. In The Lexis and the Olive Tree, Thomas L. Friedman tries to describe the forces that are globalizing the world at the end of the 20th century and their effects on environment. Frederick Jameson, in his essay Notes on Globalization as a Philosophical Issue, presents his explicit account on globalization. Throughout most part of his book, Globalization, Social Theory, and Global Culture, culture, Robertson elaborates on various aspects of sociologists and social theorists, and eye-catching concentration on culture and its relation to globalization from 1990s onwards. In India, the process of globalization started with the introduction of new economic policy in 1991 after the continuing the import replacement for nearly 40 years. As an economic activity, globalization has not remained disconnected with other cultural aspects of society. The 2008 Booker Prize winner novel, The White Tiger by Arvind Adiga, studies the contrast between India's rise as a modern global economic giant and the protagonist Balram, who comes from rural poverty background. A lot of poor Indians are left disturbed and perplexed by the new India that is being formed around them. However, fast Indian economy may be growing, the lives of the poor people still show the grey picture of the rustic India. And we have, the best example is Arvind Adiga's The White Tiger. If somebody has not read it, you can read it. The next and very important point is mental health, which is a very important part with the young people. At one point or another, most of, if not all of us, would have struggled with our mental health. It could have been because of the stress faced in school or at work, anxiety about the future, or just an overwhelming sense of dread or fear from all the negativity in the news. The pandemic has not only brought there is this thing, the idea of when we talk about mental health, I would like to stop here and tell you, in fact, in the young generation, I have seen, especially when we are teachers, when we are talking about teaching children, especially the young people, we are the professors. So of course, we are not dealing with children, we are dealing with the young people who are going through a lot of stress in their lives. And top of that, what happens is when we are in the classrooms and we are teaching the young generation, we sometimes say certain things to them which actually impact their mindset. Sometimes it takes them to, to depression. So it's very important for the professors today to make sure that if the youth is coming to us for a help, or maybe they're trying to convey a message, we must stop by and listen to them. Of course, we all are very busy and we all are like, in our life, for everybody has their own struggles, but still there is something which could impact someone's life and it could lead somebody's life into a peaceful phase if we actually try to help them. So since it is the, my topic of, it's very close to my heart, I would like to tell, every single young person over there, so that they should not be worried about the problems they are facing. And as professors, we should be there to help them and not judge them when they tell us their problems. The youth cannot say anything just because they feel that we will judge them when they will tell us something. This is the thing which I want to tell everybody, that we are not supposed to judge anyone, and we are not there judging anyone. And you can come anytime and tell us your problems and we will help you out in that and make our lives better, because you are the torch bearers of our country. And if you will fall sick and get mental health illness and problems in your lives, who will lead the whole thing? Who will lead the country? Who will take care of the coming generation? So it's very important for the youth to come out from their mental illness or mental sickness or whatever they are going through and share, talk about it. That's the most important part of mental health. You must talk about it to someone. The next thing is, science and technology. We have this whole idea of, then I'm just, because I don't think there's a lot of time. So in science and technology, of course, it is part of very important, now it is part of the curriculum and everything is related to science and technology. Even because of the technology, we are sharing our talk, about literature. In past few decades, nothing has developed like science and technology. Science is not all just about what's already been discovered. It is also about the unknown and embracing what we don't yet understand. Science fiction is absolutely important in literature for a single reason. Through its creation of alternate realities in different points of time, readers are attracted to what mirrors where we are today. In that valiant search for the future, science fiction teaches us how to handle the present. It is the genre that depicts how society could function differently. This is the first step towards progress, and it allows us to imagine the future we want and consider ways to work towards it. It also makes us aware of futures we wish to avoid and help us prevent them. Science is not all just what's already been discovered, it's also about unknown and embracing what we don't yet understand. Science fictions like Proxy by Alex London, Stories of Your Life and Others by Ted Chiang explores the complex side offered by science and technology. Proxy talks about a 16-year-old boy named Sid who is proxy to a patron. So Sid has to pay for someone else's crimes. In a post-apocalyptic near future, gay teen Sydney Carton was a swamp cat, SWAMPCAT, orphan from eastern wastes of what was once America. The Benevolent Society rescued him, named him after the Dickens character, and charged him for a rescue as well as his future education. Two other orphans are named Tom Sawyer and Atticus Finch. To repay that debt, they assigned him to be a proxy for Knox Brindle, whose father runs the powerful security tech company. Whenever Knox acts up, Sid is punished, sometimes violently. So it's like he's working as a proxy for him. Means, he's filling his place somewhere. When Knox's antics kill a girl, Sid's sentenced to 10 years of hard labor on top of the debt he still owes. Fed up, Sid escapes and accidentally comes face to face with Knox, who's beginning to wonder if he's not the one who owes a debt to his proxy. So there are these two people who's beginning to wonder, okay? As the boys avoid the guardians, they discover that the secret to forgiving everyone's debt may be in Sid's blood. Accidental Adventures, author London drops his first initial for his teen debut, a smart, stylish science fiction thriller that deftly weaves big issues like guilt, accidents of birth, redemption, and commerce into page-turning read. Then we have another one, Story of Your Life is a novella about an alien visitation. Linguist Louis Banks and physicist Gary Donnelly begin the process of understanding the aliens' two-dimensional language and their concept of physics, which radically differs from humanity's understanding of time and space. Humans learn to experience things sequentially with cause and effect meaning, while aliens see the present, past, and the future all at once. The story revolves around Louis Banks, a respected linguist who is also a narrator of the story. Louis is recounting the events of her life to her daughter, and a story alternates between glimpses into her past and future. The story opens with a couple enjoying a romantic dance on a day which happens to be the one where their daughter was conceived. The pivotal point in the story is the arrival of aliens in spaceships that land in different parts of the world, including the US, Russia, China, and not just one or two, total of 112 gigantic semi-circular spaceships land all over the planet. These devices serve as an audio-visual link to aliens. Aliens initiate communication with humans, and Dr. Banks and Gray Donnelly, who is a physicist, have been brought in to assist the process. Aliens, whom people call heptapods because of their 7 limbs and radially symmetrical appearance, communicate in a language that is nothing like any form of language, both written or verbal, that humans ever have known. Louis and Gary are assigned to 9 looking glass sites, that's all human calls the sites where these spaceships have landed, and start to work with them to understand their language in order to be able to communicate with them. They work with 2 aliens whom they nickname Flapper and Raspberry. Through a series of conversations with them, Louis realizes that their written spoken words are not related to each other at all. She and her group refer to speech as heptapod A. This is what they name the aliens in the science fiction. And the written form of the language as heptapod B. They started to decode the whole thing. Through a series of experiments that Louis and her team run to understand the aliens' language, both in linguistics and physics, they infer that the alien language has a free world order In addition to that, their language does not seem to have any linear sequence, making it even more complicated to understand. Not much progress is made until one day Gary explains format's principle of least time to Louis. From this fresh understanding, it dawns upon the Louis that similar to the light in the format principle, where light knows exactly where it will end up before it chooses its path of travel, aliens know their full sentences beforehand. Instead of experiencing events sequentially, they experience all of them at once. Hence, confirming why the format principle has resonated with them so much, armed with this knowledge, Louis becomes proficient in heptapod B quickly, but it also alters her understanding of reality. She observes that her train of thought is now absurdly directionless. She experiences complete immersion in heptapod B and starts to think in it and perceives time as same way as heptapods do. She now sees glimpses of a future, a daughter she does not yet have, her daughter's death, and a life she doesn't have yet. One day the aliens announce that they are leaving and they shut down looking glasses and disappear. It is never established why they came and why they left. Although there were rumors flying around that implied that they found human race to be too primitive to be of interest to them. This knowledge of the haptopod language changes Louis' life. She knows the future now, but does nothing to alter it. She knows that she is going to end up together with a man, have a daughter, and will lose her when she is still young. Despite this knowledge of her future, she goes on ahead with her life, changing nothing. Flashback to the present, when Gary asks her if she wants to make a baby, she says yes. So that's about, the idea of science fiction, which is very interesting. Then the last thing is fantasy, which is again very important after this whole serious talk. Fantasy lets us see into other worlds and consequently into their minds. Psychiatrist Dr. Sanjay Chugh explains why. Fantasy stretches our imagination in all dimensions. It allows us to dream of the unthinkable, to let our minds run into an unstrained manner. This free will is either limited or unavailable in a real world, which is full of daily stressors of work, home, and social responsibilities. Sociologist Shiv Viswanathan goes a step further and says fantasy is absolutely crucial to our existence. Why? Because it expands the conscious, which is awakens the mind like nothing else can, to give us a certain sense of possibility that we think is unattainable. English fantasy author Terry Petrarch had once said, humans need fantasy to be human, to be the place where the falling angel meets the rising ape. J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series is a massive success in fantasy literature. Harry Potter explores some complex themes such as death, love, and family. It also shows that there is a gray space between good and evil, much like the real world. It gives us an escape or a safe zone from daily stress and work. We almost always imagine ourselves in the protagonist's shoes, and we wouldn't want that. And who wouldn't want that? Then we have the role of digital media and literature, which can never be denied. Very important, the blogs and social media websites. I will not stress on all these things a lot. We all know it. The blog can be defined as a forum on which the internet in which the members share their ideas, and once a member, one can offer their profile to other members. Then we have social media websites, and we all know what are the social media websites there, where we can talk to each other, and there's so many people over there on Instagram, and you can see in the slides the numbers. And we have Google. Then we have role of digital media and literature, which is like we have the e-books. So a single device is not enough to read any number of books you want. So both the students and the faculties can go through the learning material while at home and even while traveling. So for that, we have ebooks. We can share ebook contents with multiple users. The social feature of ebook allows sharing and linking of the content, which is not possible with the printed books. So we have, this nowadays, the digital literature. Now, the most important thing now is the impact of COVID-19 on us. So as of July 2020, 98.6% of learners worldwide were affected by the pandemic, representing 1.725 billion children and youth from pre-primary to higher education in 200 countries. The education system got converted into a screen. We have become like visual teachers. There are a lot of pros and cons of this, but we are discussing about literature. We do not have to remember the opportunity that we got from this online system. One of the significant advantages of online learning is that professionals can learn from schools worldwide and find the program that best meets their needs without uprooting their lives. In contrast, those studying on campus are limited to local options or must move to another city for a full-time program. And we have lots of libraries. Conventional libraries need to invest heavily in the maintenance and preservation of library resources. The physical library resources are accessed and reused by readers regularly, where it becomes difficult to prevent the deterioration of the books. Vinyl records, cassette tapes, and other resources. Whereas with digital libraries, the content is digitized and the digital resources are accessible to a large number of readers regularly without focusing on the preservation of physical materials. Numerous webinars were conducted by the institution for students to interact with global resource people. And today, even this, webinar is conducted because of, if COVID-19 did not happen, we wouldn't be here today because of the thanks to COVID-19 for doing all this for us and, taking us together on this wide platform with each other and talk to each other. So that's all I would like to say. I hope you all enjoyed, and I hope I have not exceeded the time limit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring inaugural address. To be frank, from the participants' point of view, I'm sure they really got some really new insights into literature. At this juncture, I extend my gratitude to all the dignitaries and chief guests who have joined us for the inaugural address. We are greatly honored by your valuable presence, sirs. I now request the organizer of the conference, Dr. Savita, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, Dean, sir, and thank you, VP Academics, sir, for having joined us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Nagamani.
Yes.
A graceful and warm morning to everyone present here. On behalf of the Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram campus, I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all our guest invitees who have joined us from different destinations for their support and cooperation. I present my sincere thanks to our management for the unstinted support which helps the institution to uphold its vision and mission. I would like to extend my generous gratitude to the Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Sciences for their enthusiasm and kind support. It has allowed so many of us to come together in the exchange of knowledge. We profusely thank Dr. Balakrishnan, publisher and managing editor of Bodhi and joint convener of this conference. We are grateful to the entire Bodhi team and the conference advisory committee whose members have shared valuable insights that shaped the conference. The vibration of gratitude attracts more positive thoughts to our respected Dean for his solid support and timely monitoring in every aspect. We move ahead. It is your appreciation and word that enthuse us in all the efforts. Thanks to you, sir, for delivering the inaugural address. I take this opportunity to extend my most sincere thanks to our Vice Principal Academic for the constant motivation and remarkable presence at all times. Thank you, sir, for your kind felicitation. I wish to acknowledge my gratitude to our distinguished guest, Dr. Mustabshir Siddiq, Assistant Professor, Department of English Language and Literature, Taiba University, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for having kindly consented to deliver the inaugural address. We are clearly inspired by your words of wisdom, and I thank you, ma'am, for adorning the occasion. I profusely thank all our resource persons, keynote speakers, and session chairs for accepting our invite. My sincere thanks and appreciation to Dr. Rama, Professor and Head of the Department, and convener of this international conference for her valuable suggestions, guidance, and moral support for the welfare of the department by all possible means. Sincere thanks to you, ma'am, for presenting the conference concept note. I am happy to express my sincere thanks to each and every one of my colleagues in the department for the contribution and enormous cooperation in organizing this conference. I must remark a proficient sense of gratefulness to our joint organizing secretary, Dr. Kaviyarasu, editor, Roots Journal, and assistant professor of English from Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, for rendering enormous support in making up of this conference. This gathering brings together more than 80 participants from different countries, representing the areas of English, French, German, and Japanese languages, literature, and linguistics. As we bring all of you together, we cannot even imagine the knowledge and the ideas that will be generated and the relationships that will be formed. With profound love and reverence, I take this opportunity to extend my most sincere thanks to all the respected delegates for taking their valuable time out and ensuring their presence here. We believe that we got to learn a lot of things from this conference. Words would fall short to describe how much knowledge we could derive from this conference, and of course, the important network we could create. I once again thank everyone for their sincere contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Savita, for your wonderful words of gratitude, well deliberated. Before we close the inaugural session, I make a kind request to all the participants to unmute your video for a second to take a group photo. Just for a second, if possible, you can unmute your video.
No, it is highly impossible.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean sir. Thank you, VP Academics sir, for being with us today and honoring us by your valuable presence. With this, we have come to the end of the inaugural session, and we move on to the keynote session. Thank you, everyone. Now we move on to the keynote session, and I request my colleague Afrin Khan to take over the session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. It gives me great pleasure to invite and welcome Dr. Raja Rajan, Associate Professor, Kanchi Mamunivar Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research, Puducherry. I'm glad to introduce Dr. S. Rajarajan, Associate Professor of English, Kanchi Mamunivar Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research, Puducherry. A person with nearly 30 years of experience and expertise in teaching. He got his doctoral degree from Annamalai University in the year 2008. A strong tenure of 14 years of research since then. He has guided 10 MPhil scholars, 9 of his scholars have been awarded PhD and 4 more are in their pursuit. He has been the editor of 12 books and authored 3 books. He has given invited lectures in numerous national and international level. He has acted as the external examiner for 42 PhD and 47 MPhil candidates from different universities. He has held responsibilities as Board of Studies member, question setter, and university nominee for more than 10 universities. He is an active research supervisor under Puducherry University and Bharatiyar University and acts as co-guide under Annamalai Bharathidasan Universities. I request to be our honorable chairperson for the keynote address and welcome the keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Mahendran Manim, to virtual gathering. Please, sir. Dr. Rajaraman, sir, over to you. Dr. Mahendran, sir.
Just a second, friend.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in. So am I supposed to come in now, or someone is
Just
going to
1
call me?
second, sir. Mahendran, sir, just a second. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Just a second. Before we move on to the keynote address, let me take the pleasure of introducing Dr. Mahendran Manim. On behalf of the institution and Bodhi International, I deem it a great pleasure to introduce someone very close to our hearts, Dr. Mahendran Maniam, Associate Professor from Malaysia, who is honoring us by making his precious presence for the second time. Mahendran Manim, an expert in PESL, began his literary higher education with a diploma in teaching from Penang Teachers Training College, Malaysia in 1989 and graduated his PhD from the International Islamic University of Malaysia in 2009. As English language teacher, he taught in government and independent schools in many parts of Malaysia, and he is currently attached to Sultan Idris Education University in the Faculty of Languages and Communication as Associate Professor. He is also a visiting professor in Bharat University, Chennai, and India, and Infrastructure University, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. With great interest in applied linguistics, he has been persistently doing extensive research in the field of second language acquisition and language learning strategies, and supervises doctoral and master's students who are majoring in the same. He has also published many picture books meant for young learners. He has been a panelist in many public media discussing issues on education, human resources development, and societal change. Dr. Mahendran has provided services as consultant in policy making governmental committees in private sectors and non-governmental organizations. He is a member of the Malaysian English Language Teaching Association, that is shortly called as MELTA, International Society for Teacher Education, Higher Education Research and Development Society of Australia, and Asia TEFL. He has also received numerous awards for teaching excellence. He is also a certified trainer of Human Research Development Foundation. Welcome you, sir.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nagamani. Yeah. So can I start now? Am I audible?
Sir?
Am I audible? Yeah.
Just a second, sir. Rajarajan, sir, are you there? Sir? Mahendran, sir, you can go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. I'm clear. Am I audible? Clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are very much
Okay.
audible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nagamani. I think with SRM, this is the second keynote I'm doing. I've done this previously. I think not this branch. I think the other one. I think most of the colleges in Chennai and in India are very close to my heart because I've been their external examiner, PhD examiner. I think I've done almost 30. Yeah? I've done 30 adjudication for PhD scholars from universities all over India, and I've been there many times. And I'm coming there in December. So any of my friends in this conference, if we are there, then you can contact me through Dr. Bala, and I'll be there somewhere in December. I'm coming there as a visiting prof in Bharat University. Okay, so I'm attached to this university, which is #1 education university in Malaysia for more than 20 years, and I'm more into applied linguistics, teacher education, and of course doctoral supervision. I love to give a talk on doctoral supervision, but due to the pandemic, recent pandemic and so on, we had so many issues with online assessment. That's what prompted me to give a talk on integrity, validity, and reliability in online assessment. So this is not so much into a research or anything, but I just want to share my experience. Later, towards the end of my presentation, I was given 40 minutes, I think. So towards the end, maybe I can open up for Q&A session. Maybe I can take a few questions from here. All right. So kindly allow me to share my slides. Okay. You can see my slides, right?
Yes,
Anyone?
sir, it's
Can you?
visible. It's visible.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so again, so my title will be Issues in Online Language Assessment, Integrity, Validity, and sorry, it's supposed to be reliability, but my master students typed it wrongly, I think. All right, so what we are going to talk today is basically a discussion on issues related to online assessment. We can categorize the challenges of online assessment into three main themes, okay? Although I'm talking more on a language assessment, online assessment, but I think it is applicable to all other subjects. Anyone who is doing assessment via online assessment, I think it should be applicable, okay? So what are the challenges in online assessment? When you conduct an online assessment, what are the challenges? We can divide them into three main themes, which will be information technology related challenges. Number two, it will be learners related challenges. Number three, it will be academic staff related challenges. So the IT infrastructure forms a backbone for online learning success in general and online assessment in particular. So without having sufficient hardware, software, and network connection, some serious consequences might overwhelm the educational process. Like what we noticed just now, we noticed that someone supposed to introduce me before Dr. Naga, but I think that particular lecturer probably having some technical glitches, and therefore he was not able to do that. So these are some of the academic stuff related challenges we have when we conduct an online assessment. So according to Rahim, 2020 emphasized the importance of the availability of all required sources, including network services, online platforms, technological resources, and infrastructure, and considered them prerequisites to implement online assessment and respond to educational challenges. I think I better go for display mode so that, yeah. All right. Gilbert Swan. I'm starting my presentation with this scholar's quotation, who says that emphasize that online learning environments present challenges for academic staff who increasingly need technological competency levels and proficiency besides their regular academic work. Since I come from those age group, 50 plus, and I'm dealing with my students who mostly I deal with my master students who are in their 20s and 30s, and sometimes I go for undergrad students who are in their 20s, and they are all experts. The Y generation and Z generation, they are experts They know how to manipulate. They know how to escape from many things, which we are not aware. Lecturers or instructors, we are not that good as what they can do. So therefore, this computer literacy is extremely important for us to take note, to detect whatever issues we have when we do online assessment. I just want to share some funny moments that I experienced during the pandemic. I was conducting a quiz from my house, from home, because universities were shut down. So while conducting this quiz, what I do is usually the students will shut their videos, the camera, so we are not able to see them. But usually I do a random check just to see whether everyone is there, everyone is participating, and so on. So suddenly, when I called for a boy and he did not respond, then I requested again and again. Then I texted him, I'm calling you, why are you not switching on your camera? Then suddenly the camera was switched on, and I noticed that there was one small boy sitting in front of the laptop. And when I asked the boy, who are you? Definitely you're not going to be my student. And he said, I am the brother of that particular student. So that student who is supposed to be in the class has gone out to buy breakfast, according to the younger brother. So this is something that really happened in my online assessment. So this boy then later called the brother, and the brother came and apologized and so on. This kind of things do happen when we do online assessment. So I'm sure if there are instructors, teachers or lecturers here, you must have gone through the same things that I have gone through so far. Okay, so we go to the next slide. Educational institutions have changed to online instruction for all students for the majority of the program during the most recent COVID-19 outbreak. Online assessments may be more prone to contract cheating, collusion, fabrication, and other forms of academic misconduct than assessments in face-to-face courses due to absence of in-person contacts and monitoring. Since we are not there to monitor the students, to invigilate the students, so we do not know what is actually happening. So later I will also explain what kind of issues we have when we give this kind of assessment. So this problem has actually prompted several questions that require immediate action, including what the best options for online tests are and how to give online examination in a way that protects academic integrity. I love this phrase, academic integrity, which is part and parcel of online assessment. So many researchers have conducted a scoping study and a thorough literature review on the following topics. Okay, so later I will share some of the recent research that has been done. So basically they are all about various assessment types appropriate for online courses, assurance of academic integrity strategies, and available techniques, tools, and technologies for preventing academic misconduct in online assessment. So the literature study makes clear that there are numerous alternatives for constructing assessment tasks to identify and stop violations of academic integrity. However, there is no one technique or layout that can eliminate all forms of academic integrity crimes. The authors have offered a full set of recommendations that could be used to ensure academic integrity in online examinations after extensive investigation and analysis of the current literature. The first set of recommendation focuses on minimizing, or better yet, removing problems with academic integrity by opening productive line of communication with students. The institution's standards regarding academic integrity and behavior expectations should be communicated to the students in a clear, concise, and timely manner. Online instruction makes it difficult to assess a student's true performance because there is little interactions between academic staff and students. Not only we have problems monitoring the students sitting for the assessment or quiz or assignments, But we also have issues when they submit their assignments and submit their test papers and so on. There are many students who submit their assignments in my university, in my class. They fail to submit. So when I start to mark the assignments, I have to make sure that all of them have submitted. So when I ask them, they always give me these technical issues as an excuse for the delay in submitting their assignments. So which I have to accept, because they are giving very valid reasons, like the internet service in their rural part of the country, they are not having a good internet facilities. They don't have enough money to top up their data and so on. So for that reason, sometimes we have to accept late submission because the reasons given for the delay is something that should be acceptable. But we do not know. Again, it goes to integrity. We do not know, is it the students purposely delaying because they are lazy, or they really had this technical problem or money issue, financial issue, we do not know. But we have to accept because we don't have the opportunity to see them face to face. Only recently, only 2 weeks ago in Malaysia, most of the universities started their face-to-face sessions, and now we are all trying to catch up whatever that was not done during these online classes. Okay, but then again, although universities have opened up for students to come to classes face-to-face sessions, but still the university also management also suggests as allowed lecturers to do blended learning. That means we can, when we are busy or when we have issues in the classroom, maybe we might have COVID cases in the classroom, so we stop the class for 1 or 2 weeks. During that time, we can conduct assessments and allow students to submit assignments via online. So we have a beautiful platform, and we create a platform for the students to submit their assignments. Okay. According to this is another scholar. This is a new article that my students and I analyzed. The online learning reduces interruptions in the classroom and the impact on student learning outcomes. During pandemics, there is limited evidence of effectiveness of online assessment methods employed by higher education institutions. So when constructing accurate and effective online evaluation methods for online learning, particularly in medical education, psychometric theory is useful. Higher education institutions typically employ online quizzes, constant feedback, multiple MCQ questions, and automated essay evaluation. In higher education, the online tools for formative assessment include feedback, self-test quizzes, and discussion forums. The recommended important strategies for managing online examinations include building up online questions using freely available software and utilizing a free video conferencing tool like mobile phone, CCTV for invigilation. Again, there was an issue in my previous presentation in some other universities when I visited them. There was one language teacher who asked me, Prof, is it my duty to teach the students to be computer literate? I'm supposed to be a language teacher, but most of my students always have this digital problem, and I have to spend half of my class to explain and to teach them how to get connected, how to submit, how to upload, and so on. I think there's one.
Participants, please mute yourself.
Because it's disturbing me.
Yes, sir. I think it's done.
Okay. So the assessment of students' performance in online environments remains to be a challenge to both instructors and students, because according to some of the teachers and some of the schools and some of the universities, when I visit, it's always the same problem. The teachers complain that it is not their job to teach computer literacy to the students during this online assessment, but many students find it very difficult due to some data problem, due to some connection problem. So, sometimes it's very simple things. I have PhD.
Slide introduction.
Still something, I could hear something.
Dear participants, please mute yourself. Some of your microphones are turned on, I believe. Kindly mute yourselves.
Okay, I go to the next slide. This is another reason research that was done. There is a perception that the online assessment mode inherently encourages both plagiarism and cheating, which are two common and significant concerns that come up. However, rethinking practice and inventing new methodologies can pave the way for an honest evaluation strategy that reduces academic dishonesty among students. So, of course, although we have apps like Turnitin, probably, I think in Tamil Nadu and in other parts of the country in India, not everyone is using Turnitin, but in Malaysia, Malaysian universities, we use Turnitin to check the similarity index and to advise the students to reduce the similarity index to lower than 30%. But I have received a PhD thesis from India, from like Bharatiyar University and Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University and many universities. And I think I'm attached to more than 6 or 7 universities. All of them, the plagiarism level is extremely good. Sometimes I see it's like below 10%, which is extremely good. But when we do online evaluation assessment and students submit, and if you have about 40 students in a class, it's quite difficult to check all the assignments, all the assessment papers, because we don't have the time, and going online to check all these things is also expensive. And the university has to pay a big sum of money to buy or to purchase these apps that checks the similarity level of the assignments. Okay. Academic integrity in online assessment. This is another research review. Okay, so in this research, according to the researchers, they say that there are a lot of new techniques to cheat, some of which are unique to online learning environments, and some of which are also open to observation within in-person courses, such as downloading papers from the internet and passing them off as one's own work using materials during an online exam without consent. Recently, I caught, this is another experience. Recently, I caught another student who gave me, when they submit their assignment, they are supposed to submit with the similarity index printout. And when they submitted to me, that index showed that it was lower than 30%. But when I run the soft copy that they submitted again using my software, and I realized that it is like 50 to 60% similarity index. That means they have directly lifted from some online sources. Students can also do this kind of cheating, academic cheating, because they are good. There was another case that I caught because they want to reduce the similarity index, they want to reduce the plagiarism level. What they do is they take something in English, and then they use Google Translate to translate it to another language, and then rewrite into their L2 language, and then they run the similarity index app, and this is just to minimize. So a lot of cheating takes place. So I think instructors, for me, if you want to check academic integrity in online assessment, it always goes back to the instructors, the teachers, the lecturers, the supervisors, the professors. So if you are not careful, there are many ways for the students to to cheat when they go for online assessment, regardless of, it could be quiz, it could be exam papers, it could be assignments. There are 1,001 ways for them to cheat, and language instructors must be updated with all the latest apps that we have, so that we can monitor the level of plagiarism done by students, online cheating. Individuals may choose to violate academic integrity for a variety of reasons. We synthesize existing research by taking individual factors, institutional factors, medium-related factors, and assessment-specific factors into account. All right. Another 25 minutes. Let me try to rush to finish this. 3 factors must be present for cheating to take place: opportunity, motivation, pressure, or necessity, and justification or attitude. Students who believe they can cheat without being discovered may rationalize their actions. They may also feel under pressure to cheat because they want to appear successful and earn good scores. The presence of cheating culture is a major cause of academic dishonesty. Subsets of students in a university population may have their own cheating cultures, since students directly form the culture of cheating. The university has the chance to proactively address academic integrity in that subgroup of students if they are found to be at risk for cheating. For medium-related factors, there is a general perception that cheating occurs more frequently in online courses than in-person classes. Approximately, this is surprising for me, 42 to 70%, 74% is actually quite bad. Our students think that it is simpler to cheat in an online class, according to King. This was done in 2009. Assessment-specific factors. There are a variety of contexts in which cheating has been studied. Some studies, for instance, evaluate cheating in some or all sorts of online assessment, whereas others concentrate only on exams. Okay, so anything that goes online, there is a possibility of cheating to take place. Not only assessment, it could be any other factors, even thesis, project papers, thesis. It could be even a PhD thesis, which can go under this plagiarism and cheating. These are some of the online cheating detection suggested, shared by some of the research done recently. Okay, so we have video summarization. So video summarization is the latest software, also known as a video abstraction, use artificial intelligence to detect exam-related cheating. During the exam, students are videotaped using their own webcams. If a cheating occurrence is discovered, the computer will mark the video for proctor review. Web video recording is also possible. Web video recording refers to situations in which the student is videotaped throughout the entire exam for the instructor's later review. Actually, we can actually compile them in a folder, and when we have doubts, we won't have the time to actually go through all the videos when we do recording in online assessment, but we can actually compile them and put it in a folder. And while marking the papers or exam papers, when we have doubts, then we can open up our folder and check the recording of the examination, whether this student has cheated or any other cheating has taken place. Another one is live online proctoring. Web video conference invigilation is the most rigorous type of online proctoring. Invigilation services can range from one-to-one sessions to group sessions, where a single proctor supervises multiple pupils. Even a live proctor monitoring the students, it is possible for cheating to go unnoticed. We are coming towards the conclusion now. So assessment is a crucial element in both teaching and learning. the most popular method of evaluation in online learning is e-assessment. A significant element of instructional design is learning assessment, since it enables enhancement of teaching and learning by providing feedback on the entire process. However, e-assessment does have certain drawbacks in addition to its many benefits. For instance, several literary perspectives claim that the use of technology assessment in assessment makes plagiarism and cheating quite easy. This is another shocking recent research in Oxford University. They say that the University of Oxford 2022 defined plagiarism as representing someone else's ideas or work as one's own, either with or without the permission consent, by publicly acknowledging it's in one's own work. This definition applies to all works, both published and unpublished, whether they are in a manuscript, print, or electronic form. In short, plagiarism refers to the act of copying another person's work without giving proper recognition. Okay, so actually, Oxford University actually defined plagiarism to a wider scope. Last time we don't check plagiarism for all the assignments submitted by students, unless if it is for summative assessment or if they are submitting their project paper. But now, anything that comes online, if it is online assessment, it has to go through some kind of plagiarism checking, and the similarity index should not be, for me, should not be more than 30%, because you must give an allowance for the students. You cannot minimize it, the similarity index lower than 30, because it's very difficult, especially in language teaching. Somehow there will be repetition of the popular word, for example, second language acquisition, mother tongue interference, and all these things. When they come, of course, the plagiarism and similarity index will show roughly about 30%, because some words we cannot avoid from not using them. Okay, I've already spoken enough about the plagiarism. Okay, we go to cheating. Cheating is also another significant drawback of online language assessment. Cheating is an online environment and much more convenient than the traditional physical assessment. According to this research, they say that a report revealed that the prevalence of cheating in online assessment is on the rise. In addition, he also alleged that paid ringers and imposters participated in online evaluation. So sometimes you want to, sometimes in certain, I remember when the government came out with a ruling that all non-English teachers, if they sit for the CFR test, and if they get through the test, they will get promotion and they will be paid and so on. I noticed that some of the teachers, because it's online, some of the teachers, they pay the TESOL teachers, TESOL teachers to sit for the exam on their behalf. And this has happened. Some were caught, some managed to escape without being caught. So this is another drawback when you go for language assessment. The students will use a different person, imposters, to participate in the online examination. Absence of technological infrastructure. This is another big issue. Gadgets like mobile phones, laptops, and computers also aid in learning. One of the major concerns in conducting online assessment is the absence of technological infrastructure. So everyone is talking about borderless world and globalized with the internet and so on. But according to a research, they say still in this world, when we talk about global issues, worldwide issues, there are still 40 to 50% of the total population in this world who are not into internet, who do not have internet facilities, and who do not know how to use internet. This is because learners without access to the appropriate devices may not be able to participate and involve completely during the online assessment. There were cases in Malaysia when teachers were conducting online classes. Some photographers managed to catch these photos, and it came out in the newspapers. Some students were even sitting on a tree because of the connectivity. The connection was very poor. So because they are staying in the rural area, they were doing their assignment and attending the online class by sitting on branches of trees, because they did not get the proper connection, internet connection. Or maybe they do not have a proper gadget. Okay, so these are the technical glitches. I think I've already spoken so much about the technical glitches. So any program that we do online, my suggestion is we should be prepared to deliver, like today's keynote address. Even if something goes wrong, if my slides are not being able to share here, even without the slides, I should be able to present. I should be able to present. So that should be my plan B. What happens if I fail to upload or I fail to share my slides? So always have a plan B. Okay, when we are dealing with online assessment, always have a plan B. And another issue is poor digital literacy. I personally find it that students are using the Y generation and the Z generation, the younger ones. They every other day they are finding new ways to cheat when they go for online assessment. So it's the teachers and instructors' duty to actually overcome these by planning their online lessons, so that such cheating and plagiarism do not take place. So in order for that to take place, we as instructors, we should have a good data. For example, we should be able to have good data. Like yesterday, I had a student from China, my PhD student, defending his proposal defense from China. And after the proposal defense, I wanted to have a discussion about the correction. And we tried to meet using the Google Meet. And in China, Google Meet is not allowed. So he had so much of difficulties. And I cannot use Zoom, because Zoom is free for only 45 minutes. And anything more than that, you have to buy. So that boy said it's difficult for him to get Zoom from his office. So therefore, I've already requested my university to organize a Zoom meeting with him, so that I can do the correction, a meeting to do the corrections to this PhD proposal. So these are all the technical glitches and poor digital literacy. Sometimes the government policy, WhatsApp is not allowed in certain countries, especially in China. So quite difficult to have students from China, because their connectivity is quite monitored by the government, and it is difficult to get direct contact with them. Unless now China still does not allow the students to come to Malaysia yet. They are still online with me. I think very soon the borders from China will be open, and they will be coming soon to Malaysia. And I hope I can meet these students and do face-to-face consultation. So finally, my solutions from what I did in my classroom, and what I suggest is instructors are encouraged to randomly check on their students during a quiz, for example, by requesting them to switch on their cameras, switch on the students' cameras, because of connection problem, connectivity issues, when students attending my classes, when we asking them oral questions, they always switch off their camera, because they say that, they claim that they don't have enough data to switch on the camera. So I usually randomly check by asking the students to switch on the camera. just to during the Q&A session. Okay. I also realized some of the students' reasons, excuses given, especially when involves a female student. They say, Prof, I'm not properly attired, so kindly allow me not to switch on my camera. So that is a sensitive issue where I cannot force them to switch on the camera. Some of them are still in their bed, attending the classes, answering my questions from bed, and then I cannot do any checking because they say they are not prepared to switch on the camera. Okay, so these are all. So now the university has come out with a ruling that even though if it is online classes, students should attend the online classes as if they are attending offline classes. That means they must be properly dressed and sit at a place where they can switch on the camera whenever requested by the lecturers. I think open book examination will be a better choice also. If you are giving assessment, it's better to give students open book examination questions, so students are allowed to bring in their notes and books for reference. I forgot number 2. Assessment questions should be inferential in nature with no direct answers from any online sources. So if they are bringing in their books and notes, they can actually read up and get the answers. There should not be any direct answers because we do not have the opportunity to be with the students to invigilate. So it's better for them to sit and answer a question that does not have direct answers in the book. Include digital literacy as a subtopic in language programs. So nowadays, I also suggest the language teachers to actually teach. If you are going online assessment, teach the students on how to use a certain platform created by the respective universities so that they do not give lame reasons for not submitting their assignments. Okay, so sharing of students a screen with invigilators, this is also possible. We can request the students to share their screen with us. There are many apps. If you go Google, there are many apps whereby the students can actually share their screen with us, and we can actually monitor. We can even there are apps whereby we can even navigate. We can even control their screen, so we know that they are not cheating. Okay, and another solution that we came out in my university is when we do online assessment, we actually appoint more than one invigilator to monitor students' progress during the assessment. Okay, so that's all from me now. I stop sharing so that I can open up for questions. So I think exactly 40 minutes I've already concluded. So I can take 1 or 2 questions. The organizers, am I allowed to take up questions? Any questions? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't mind taking up 1 or 2 questions. Anyone with any questions? But as I said earlier, if you are asking me questions, it's better that you switch on your camera, so at least I know who is asking the question. Anything to do with the online assessment or any other ELT issues, you can. I don't mind answering 1 or 2 questions. Looks like there's no question. I do not know whether the participants are still there, or some of the participants might even go missing during this kind of conferences. Okay, Dr. Naga,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If there's no question, then I would like to end my session here. So thank you so much for the invite. Thank you so much to Dr. Bala.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking address. Now I request Dr. Nagamani to welcome and invite our next keynote speaker of the day, Dr. B.J. Gita, to the virtual gathering. Please, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Mahendran sir. I think the participants are giving their appreciation messages in the chat box. So happy to be a part of this, sir. And we are very delighted that you are here with us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I take great pleasure in introducing Dr. B.J. Gita, Assistant Professor from Periyar University. Having a rich experience of 20 years of teaching and 14 years of research, she has to her credit 60 plus paper publications, and she has authored 2 books and has completed a UGC sponsored project under the title Role of English Language Portals in Imparting Communication Skills of College Students of Salem District. She has been a panel of editor for various international journals, including Bodhi. She has presented papers in numerous conferences, organized seminars, and is guiding a number of PhD, MPhil, and PG scholars. We are fortunate to have such an eminent person of academia in our midst to give the keynote address. Over to you, ma'am. You are most welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Share.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Professor Geeta.
Yes, I'm just sharing my screen. Just
Okay.
Yes. I'm trying.
Thank you.
What is this? See, I'm not able to bring it here on my mobile here. Just
Ma'am, I think you can share it to the organizers so that they can share, ma'am, from their side.
to whom I shall share this?
Sir Bala, sir.
Can you see now? Can you see the slides?
No, ma'am. Yes, is this
But I
ecograph?
have already. Yes, yes, yes. Can you
It is
see?
about eco. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Make it full screen, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But video, I have to open my video. Yes. Can you see me now?
Yeah, ma'am, you won't be visible, ma'am, but the slides are visible, ma'am.
Slides, are they visible? Are they visible?
No, ma'am, it has gone to the, yes, now it is visible, ma'am. Please proceed, ma'am.
Fine. Yeah. Sorry for the delay. Yes. Anyway, thank you for inviting Krishnan sir, SRM. I've been to SRM institution long way back for one international conference I have attended, and after that, this is the second time I'm invited to deliver a talk here. Today, I'll be giving a talk on eco-criticism and studies, a comprehensive reflection. So before I begin exactly to this topic, I would like to just quote some very impressive poem, a kind of a documentation made by Ammon. It's an interesting composition fact. He made a kind of interesting combination of, or a kind of a metaphorical comparison between garbages and composition of poem. How the very two extreme metaphorical allusion seems to be very interesting here. Poetry composition is something very creative and something which is which invites a lot of from the person who engages himself in the composition of poetry writing. On the other hand, garbage is something none of us, when it comes to environmental reception or environmental abilities, how many of us we do take care of or do find some interest in look at garbages. So my topic is something I would like to start with, this strange combination of poetic composition and garbages, because we are in the 21st millennium where we know the problems we are facing, and how environmental hazards are something that is, we need to immediate, we need immediate attempts to address certain serious issues as far as environment is concerned. You cannot just like that, present papers, organize conferences on environmental studies, and our problem is something that is being addressed. We need to get it back. That is something which is requisite. need to imbibe the sensibility of being environmentally conscious and being environmentally conscious about the garbages we are throwing out. So that is something, the requisite or the quintessential sensibility, that is something we need to imbibe. That seems to be the the immediate call of the press, in order to sorry, in order to protect this environment, in order to save our earth from all these natural hazards, in order to make this world once again life possible. We see how many natural hazards are happening in this past, especially this
excuse me,
COVID is
ma'am,
something.
Dr. Geeta, ma'am.
Yes, am I audible?
You're
Yes.
audible, ma'am, but the slides are not moving, ma'am. It is in this first.
No, I'm not yet started. No, I
Okay,
didn't
okay.
start yet.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
I'm still in my
Okay,
introduction.
ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Fine.
Okay, fine. So, yeah. So this is something that needs the hour, that environment is something becoming the concept, ideology, the sensibility that we need to very much indulge in, we need to speak about, we need to engage in dialogues, we need to get into action more than get into talk. So that is something I want to give a small introduction. So coming to this metaphorical composition, you look at the poem here. Garbage has to be the poem of our time, because garbage is spiritual, believable enough to get our attention, getting in the way, piling up, stinking, turning brooks, brownish and creamy white. What else deflects us from the errors of our illusionary ways? Not a temptation to trashlessness that is not too far off and anyway unimaginable and realistic. So this trashlessness is something which is unimaginable and realistic, because we know the reason that man is a product, a kind of a product, by mistake or with some sort of ambitiousness. We are created. Why this evolution has happened is something just to make this planet Earth full of trashes. So trashlessness is something which is unrealistic thing, unimaginable thing right now for us. Do we have such a situation when there will be trashlessness? So that is the kind of question, a reductionist question, something raised by and here in the poem composition garbage. So now when you look at garbage, hereafter, after at least attending this conference and especially this talk, we need to have a kind of sensibility to how to handle the garbage. Here, I would like to mention about Barry Commoner's 4 laws. He has composed 4 laws. So he speaks about these 4 laws in effect of when he says that how we spoil this earth. Among the 4 laws, among the 4 laws, the first law is something, everything is connected with everything else. So we are living in a kind of symbiotic world where every life is an ecosystem which is cyclic, which is connected, which is seriously connected in order to maintain a kind of a symbiotic balance. So it's because of human intervention, and that period is what is called Anthropocene. Paul Carson has given this term, Anthropocene. This era seems to be the beginning, when human beings started exploiting these natural resources. So we know that the lifespan of this planet Earth is 4.5 billion years. So from Anthropocene, we started manipulating natural resources, and the symbiotic balance is something which has lost. So we are in a critical situation. We need to be very critical over when it comes to environmental issue, that how to bring back that symbiotic balance. We need to cut short at many levels, at industry levels, at pollution level, at every levels, even exploitation of resources. We need to be more sensible. We are not the center of the earth. Anthropocentrism is something that we need to cull out, or we need to throw it out. So no longer we are the center, but we have to give space to other living organisms also. We need to give importance to other resources also, because too much of exploitation leads to this kind of imbalances. And this is what he mentions in this first law. Everything is connected to everything else. If there is one, link is being connected among the web chain, it will affect the symbiotic balances. And we have been witnessing all these years. It is not something we are new to this. We knew that how this symbiotic imbalance is affected. Everything, every kind of problems. You just imagine, maybe people of my age might know that some 45 years back, how this world was. What kind of water available to us, what kind of nature was available to us. We were so lucky to have such kind of serene beauty, serene nature. But what about our next generation, and after that, our future generations? What we are going to leave to them? So we are in a critical situation to speak about all this in a critical manner. So that is what Barry Commoner's first law. Everything is connected to everything else. And the second law he proposed was everything must go somewhere. And this somewhere is something we have taken, we have taken too much of sanction, too much of license in throwing all our garbages within the planet. See, you take, for instance, the human accessories. We have a lot of accessories. We have invented a lot of accessories. The main component called plastics. And we don't have equivalent bacteria to compose or decompose these plastics accessories. Where will you throw this? Where is this somewhere to throw the accessories that has been created by human beings? We have no other substitute planets to throw all the things. Look at our oceans, look at our soil. Everything got, polluted. Air, water, everything. And it has other species very much, especially these aquatic animals. They got into a lot of problems because of our licentiousness, because of our carelessness, because of our anthropocentric consciousness. So where is the place? That somewhere is something that he questions. Barry Commoner questions, where everything must go somewhere. And where is that somewhere? We assume that planet is that somewhere. No. The thing. Instead of plastics, we need to find out some alternative, which is easily decomposable by bacteria that are available in this planet within. So we need to know all these laws. These laws are not composed without any purpose behind. Everything is composed with critical intentions. So everything is connected to everything else is one major theory, and another theory is everything must go somewhere, and we need to find that somewhere. And the third law that he has composed is nature knows best. This is something that returning to nature, becoming more conscious, nature consciousness. Nature knows everything best, okay? But we assume, our superego is something that we underestimate, tame nature, we exploit nature, thinking that nature will not react. But nature knows best. It is its cyclic process. It knows what to be done, its own resources. And we intervene within the cyclic process of nature, and that is where the first law comes in. Everything is connected to everything else. So we are not letting this nature to do its own role or its own thing. Our intervention is something that, I'm not talking that human beings are somebody not wanted on this planet, but we must know what is our limitations. We must know, and otherwise there is another theory also which says without human also planet Earth can exist, and it has been existing. We are very recent to this planet. So that is another theory. I'm not going for that theory, which is extreme, theory, which is very critical about anthropocentrism. And the fourth law that Barry Commoner composed is that there is no such thing called as free lunch. We are not here to have our free lunch. So we have certain responsibilities. Nothing is available to us as something free. We need to know our own limitations. So coming back to this garbage poem, he he was hunting for word compositions, which is like garbages, in our subconscious or unconscious mind. Like garbages, we have lot of words, and we pick some words, we throw some words, and he, in a beautiful manner, he brings into these extreme metaphors. But the reality, the under the surface, you have something serious that Ammon speaks about our our outlook towards garbage. How many of us have the responsibility to treat garbages in the proper manner so that they can be useful to other species, useful to this planet Earth in decomposing and becoming a sort of manure? We have that responsibility as human beings. Because we claim ourselves, we acclaim that credit that we are the super powerful persons, super species, all that. So when you claim that, the responsibility also comes with that. And interestingly, way back in 1756, it is a real thing. It is it is not a fictional one, but a real factor. The name of the vicar of Selborne. Selborne is a place. There was a vicar, and he was something feeling arboreal about the butcher house that has been in front of his house. So he wanted to hide with some trees, lime trees, for instance, to hide sight of blood and filth. So this is a kind of a factor that taken from Whiteside Thomas, 1983, in page number 299, where Gilbert White speaks about faceless meat. Meats, we are eating meat we buy in the shop. We don't know the faces of those meat. So it's a very interesting essay. Please read that. How the meat we consume, they don't have face. We never think meat have face also. So concealment, we very beautiful conceal. In the butcher shops, you might have seen some sort of concealment happens. We never knew how the dead animal, face the torture and everything. So the meat that is placed, chicken 65 or whatever dishes in front of us, they are faceless meats. We consume them, assuming that we are licensed to do that. So this is, I found very interesting essay. I just want to share with you. And coming to the next slide. So this is something again a quotation taken from A Fable for Tomorrow and Silent Spring. These two are written by Marcel, and you can yourself find out the differences between these two. We know that Silent Spring is the what to say that a breakthrough for environmental studies. In that way, the writer, she naturalist, when she this, she was writing against the chemical factories. There are some, in fact, insecticides like DDT and dieldrin. These are some of powerful insecticides which were used by the agriculture people, which were registered for these people to use in order to kill insects in the farmland. But this in fertilizers or insecticides, they get into the food chain and how it affects not only human beings, other species also. So we have this Silent Spring where she pointed out that a specific number of birds are becoming extinct, consuming such fertilizers or some vegetation from that fertilized farmland. Birds have died to the extent they are becoming extinct. So we know what is spring season refers to. Spring refers to beautiful blossoms of flowers and the chirrups of birds. But in this wasteland, we find silence as wasteland of D. Eliot. There is no spring, no birds, but one is silence. The very title suggests how the silence came to this land, America, because of fertilizers. So she, of course, faced a lot of problems from the owners, from the people writing this novel, and they were much against this novel. But after this publication, the American government, they banned this use of DDT, especially aldrin and dieldrin fertilizers. They're very poisonous. Even today, they are prevented. So thanks to Carson, it's because of her effort, these fertilizers are all prohibited. But interestingly, the same person speaks about different types of work in these two quotations. Audience can, listeners can read yourself also. I will also read for you. There was once a town in the heart of America where all life seemed to live in harmony with its surroundings and invoking the ancient tradition of the pastoral. Goes on to paint a picture of prosperous farms, green fields, foxes barking in the hills, silent deer, ferns and wildflowers, countless birds and trout lying in clear, cold streams, all delighted in by those who passed through the town. This was the exact beautiful scene that any Americans they had. This is after Second World War, in fact. So World War, the impact of World War, as well as the application of this fertilizer, everything put together, Carson wanted to make such a representation in Silent Spring, whereas she brings out a beautiful world in A Fable for Tomorrow. It was such a beautiful America now turned into, I'll read the second quote. Then strange light crept over the area and everything began to change. Some evil spell had settled on the community, mysterious maladies swept the flock of chickens. The cattle and sheep sickened and died. Everywhere was a shadow of death, scores of other bird voices. There was no sound, only silence lay over the field and woods and marshes. So this is a very important work as far as environmental criticism is concerned. From here, exactly, a critical look on anthropocentrism begins, in fact. So I recommend the students to do research. They can do from here. Now, as usual, this is something, what is criticism, how it started, who started, all this, the basic technical details I would like to share with you. If you are quite new to this eco-criticism, it will be of use. And those who are familiar, of course, it's a kind of refreshing your mind. So the word eco-criticism first it was applied by William Rickert in 1978, but it was figured out by Mr. Mitchell E. Branch in the work Literature and Ecology and Experiment in Eco-Criticism. That is the work by William Rickert in 1978. Of course, he used it, but who found it? Branch found it, and that seems to be the beginning point for eco-criticism, the word. And later on, we found a similar such expression called ecology in one article called Home at the Grasmere, Ecological Holiness. It was written by Karl Kroeber, and this appeared in PMLA Journal in 1974. These are the initial attempts by some of these writers from eco-critical point of view. Of course, you might ask me one question: what is the difference? We have poets, romantic poets, and nature is something part and parcel of romanticism, and how it differs from eco-criticism. Eco-criticism is sort of a lens being critical about not romanticization, rather being critical about the exploitation of nature, not only nature but all species. Today we have posthumanism also as a branch of eco-critical studies. This branch is like tentacles. It has been growing and addressing ageism and I will talk about those things also towards the end. So this seems to be the beginning, and we know that how it has been revived by Cheryl Glotfelty, who seems to be the pioneer of this eco-criticism in one of the conferences she conducted. And along with Mr. Harold Flom, she has founded this Association for the Study of Literature and Environment, ASLE. And they also have in-house journal called Interdisciplinary Studies in Literature and Environment. What is the definition according to Glotfelty? What is eco-criticism? Eco-criticism is the study of the relationship between literature and the physical environment, just as feminist criticism examines language and literature. And this is something equivalent to Marxist superstructure also, where we fundamentally deal about the modes of production and economic class. So eco-criticism has some similar ideologies and a representation like feminism and Marxist criticism. In a way, we can say it is something earth-centered approach to daily studies. Further, we can say eco-criticism examines human perception of wilderness and how it has changed throughout history, and whether or not current environmental issues are represented accurately or even mentioned in popular culture and modern literature. Yeah. So we have some theories like Lawrence Duell. They also define, and we have some other important literary personalities. How they look towards nature is also something relevant for me to bring in how nature has looked out by different personalities. So Lawrence Boovell defines eco-criticism as study of the relationship between literature and the environment, conducted in a spirit of commitment to environmentalist praxis. So it is something like the relationship between literature and environment within the praxis yardsticks, theoretical framework. Within environmental theoretical framework, we are going to check in the relationship between literature and environment. So that seems to be the definition given by Laurel Bowen. And interestingly, Matthew Arnold also has spoken about environment like human interaction with the nature or natural surroundings like spaces and places consistently produce meaning. So we arrive at one meaning with our own places. When I say home, it has different meaning. When I say house, it has different meaning. When I say school, it has one meaning. When I say office, it is another meaning. When I say garden, it has another meaning. So place and the surroundings, everything, our surroundings, that in a way makes our own personality, and our meaning making is highly dependent on our environment also, as cultural cultural intervention is also there in meaning making process. When you study cultural studies, how culture is something, semiotics for instance, semiotics says that the iconic or indexical meanings can be arrived at through your cultural understanding only. So culture plays a dominant role in giving some meaning to places. Like that, here we give meaning to places, or we connect ourselves with other places, and we understand that particular place in a specific manner. So that is something proposed by Matthew Arnold. And we have, interestingly, another person who proposed this pathetic fallacy. And he says here that the tendency to see our emotions, this is what tears process is objective correlation. So how we need to substitute our emotions with the natural objects, the environment, the scene, the place, everything. So how our emotions reflected in our environment, and that becomes the eco-consciousness. So he coined this pathetic fallacy that how human beings, they need some sort of objects or places, natural things to spell out their emotions. And we have like the storm cloud of the 19th century. It's like Emerson. He said, nature always wears the colors of the spirit. Whatever the spirit of man, nature also wears that. beautifully Wordsworth also in the Immortal Ode after his biography, when he narrates his autobiography after stealing an egg, how nature is chasing him after. So this is something very equivalent to that spirit. How you look at nature. If you look at nature as a teacher for Wordsworth, it seems so. At times it was like a god, at times it was like a teacher, at times it was like a lover. And this is what we find in Tagore's Gitanjali also, how God is sometimes here, nature, their God, a lover, a friend, a teacher. So such a substitution is endlessly going. So nature is something that we find how it has been differently looked up by different personalities. Now, when it comes to eco-critical studies, for the research people, scholars, they need to set certain objectives, and this study as such also has its own objectives. What is this going to deliver? By using this theoretical framework, what are the issues we can deal about? So it examines from the standpoint of environmental justice. So this is something we hardly remember when it comes to environment. There is no justice at all. Rich man uses nature, environment, according to his richness. A poor man, on the other hand, within human species I'm talking about, nature is not being utilized equally, and it doesn't belong to human beings equally. So class differences are there. So there is no justification, no equality justice. And when it comes to the comparison between human species and animal, this is something, the gap is becoming larger and larger. It is something you cannot fill the gap. So there is no environmental justice at all. So this environmental studies or eco-critical studies, the main component, the main objective of this study is to address this environmental justice for all species, not only for human beings, but for all species. And because we know already how symbiotic balance is very much essential. Everything is connected to everything else, you have to remember throughout. Even if you remove one, you just ask her to keep quiet. So everything is connected to everything else. And so their environmental justice need to be practiced. And with a focus on socio-political frames for reading literary and cultural facts. Why socio-political frames? Since I'm a humanities person, I'm not touching upon other frames like economy and other blah blah things. I'm not touching that. Socio-political is something we are living in a society. This society is again structured and constructed in such a way that we have a lot of minorities, variety of minorities, children, for instance, women, for instance, transgenders. When it comes to genders, gender studies, you have a lot of factions. So we have layers of socio-political frameworks. And we need some, framework or a theory or set of rules to address each one of these layers of discriminations in order to cut short the to bring in this environmental justice consciousness. So what are the things that can be studied? The role of place, because you see that how we are using of places. For instance, we have these branches of eco-critical studies, urban studies, for instance, how urbans are created. There is a theory called small is beautiful. It's a geographical study. It comes in geography. It was proposed by Schumacher. Schumacher proposed this smallest beauty in the formation of urban cities in the Western societies. If you go to Finland, Norway, and other beautiful European countries, how the city is constructed. They have proper utilization of places where schools should come, hospitals should come, markets should come. So a logic is being followed, a rationale is being followed in the construction of urban cities. Don't ever think of this in India. We can build anything anywhere as our whims and foibles. So this environmental justice, we are so overwhelmingly absent. So such study makes us more relevant for us to at least understand certain basic disciplines in the utilization of place. So it speaks about both physical, cultural, symbolic, material places. And it also has one of its objectives to remove the stereotyping of nature as something which is feminine. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Okay. So this stereotyping of nature, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, good. So this stereotyping of nature, women are suppressed. Women have no voices. Nature also, like women, and doesn't have any voice. So this stereotyping should be removed. Seems to be the main objectives of such study, and expression and sign of nature as an environmental consciousness. I hope so. So for listening to my talk, a little bit of environmental consciousness. I know that all of us, we are aware of all the environmental issues are happening, but we need to be more conscious about it. So such study help us to express, represent and imbibe that environmental consciousness. And a constant tension between nature and culture. So it is because of culture, nature is being oppressed or utilized. So in order to, man is as a social animal, always interested in construction in all terms. I'm talking not only construction of buildings, social construction. How you establish a culture? It is through, certain rituals. You need some place for conducting such rituals. Temples, for instance. Where will you otherwise establish one's culture? Culture is established in temples, in marriage institutions, families. Tradition and culture is being established so that one form of culture is becoming continuous. And when it comes to the dominant culture, it will suppress the weakest culture. During colonization, this has happened. So environmental issues also comes in post-colonial studies, because ardent effort have been made by the superculture or dominant culture to remove the weakest culture. So culture is something, it directly affects nature. As much we are culturally conscious, that much exploitation of nature will happen. nature is something which becomes immaterial for man in order to propagandize his own culture. So propagandization happens at the cost of nature. So this is very important objectives. And also it speaks about the binaries. When culture is dominant, naturally nature is becoming the minority or pushed to peripheral thing. And suddenly there is a kind of awareness, we are bringing back nature to the center, main, and making environmental studies as one of the mainstream studies. All syllabi, people, universities, colleges, they wanted to include environmental eco-critical studies within the main frame, along with other canonical studies, sudden awareness and everything. So this binary is, that's what Derrida found it. We have some problem, serious problem with the binary thinking. All post-structuralists, they didn't agree with this binary conceptions. When you say man, naturally women become. When you say God, Satan is becoming delimited. So come out from this binary. When I say white, why you always think black? Why? What is the wrong with the thinking green, blue, yellow? What is wrong with these colors? Who asked you to think, when I say white, you think about black? So cultural construction. You see how all these terms are interrelated. Culture made us, our practices, binary thinking made us to think in two terms only, hero, villain. What about other characters in the play? What is wrong with them? All are characters. We think in binaries. That is the problem. Heterosexuality is the normal sex. Whereas other things are abnormal, we push them into, and now those people are crying, we are also human beings. Make representation, giving voice. So he dismantled this center. Problem is with this center. And so to explain Derrida, post-structuralism, I need many sessions. Okay, coming back to this. Okay. The hierarchy of man over other species, over no humans. So this also to remove the hierarchy. Eco-criticism, very much against this anthropocentrism. And it speculates on the various inequalities, ideologies through which this hierarchy is maintained, especially anthropocentrism, patriarchy, sexism. It's a new concept. Sexism. It contemplates on the assumption of rationality and reason as the highlight of human behavior. So what is expected from eco-criticism? From human beings? Rationality and reason, equal environmental justice, remove this binary conception, stereotyping of nature. These are the things expected from nature. And further, as a human, we think in coherent boundedness. That self-contained entity. We are thinking that our entity is something which is embodiment of the self. Embodiment of self is for every species. I got a call, so that's why. I'm still on the line only, no? Can you hear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Further, it explores the impact of colonialism, industrial modernity, capitalism on natural resources and environment. So as I said, nature, colonialism is something, they are interconnected. The superculture dominating the other culture. So India, for instance, India was exploited when the white people left. We were with the 5 resources. We were left with that scratch. So post-colonial studies from the perspective of environmental studies, it's welcome. Just as one of the objectives, and industrial modernity. As much you make urbanization, industrial modernism, everything, capitalism, wherever you make use of resources, environment, it has a telling effect on nature. So wherever it affects nature, immediately the environmentalists, they come and make such representation. Now, sorry, I got cold, severe cold. Only for Bala sir, I'm ready to do this. My excuses. Anyway, so here is one interesting work, How Green Was My Valley, which was written by Richard Levlin way back in 1939. So where he very beautifully summarizes what kind of patience that Mother Earth possesses. I just read from the quote. It seems very interesting for me, so that's why I brought it here. There is patience in the earth to allow us to go into her and dig and hurt with the tunnels and saps. So we are building a lot of mines, tunnels, bridges, everything, and we are just digging her. Assume that she's a female or any gender. For me, nature is genderless. So since by practice we are telling she, I have to say like that. And if we put back the flesh we have torn from her and so make good what we have weakened. She is content to let us bleed her. But when we take and leave her weak, she has a soreness and an anger. So she waits for us and finding us, bears down, make us part of her flesh, with our clay in place of the clap we thoughtlessly have smelled away. So we have been doing that, all this, forgetting that we are flesh of her flesh. How beautifully he says here. We've forgotten that we are also part of her flesh, and now she's bleeding. So that's I found from How Green Was My Valley. And again from Kate Rigby, another environmentalist, I would like to quote his famous quotation, culture constructs the prism through which we know nature. We begin to internalize this prism from the moment we learn to speak. The moment that we are introduced into the logos, again Derrida, the world is shaped by language. How language shapes this world? We think in language, assume that if there is no language, how will you know about your own consciousness, subconsciousness, or unconsciousness? It is through language we understand about the self. So, child is introduced to language. The child is also introduced to culture. Different culture introduces culture. So there is a sort of a prism, constructed prism is available to, and nature is also becoming part of it. You take, for instance, for Tamilians, how Pongal celebration is something which is culturally oriented, where of, it is a prism for us. How this prism of nature is available through the cultural context to internalize this culture. It is kind of a prism that is available to us to internalize what is nature through language. It is through language only it is through language and logos that we internalize what is nature. And further, its inherent significance and is subverted as a mere cultural and linguistic construct. So as I said, Kate Rigby very beautifully has pointed out, once it becomes a prison, a cultural prison, it is nothing beyond cultural and linguistic construction. So once it becomes a cultural and linguistic construction, there again, we have all these problems emerging, and again, we need to address them. So it is something already textualized to discourse. So these are some of eco-critical works. Silent Spring, I already spoke about, and Raymond Williams, The Country and the City.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
The presenters are waiting for the paper presentation session to begin. If you make it short and concluding,
Yes.
Fine, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So I will skip some
Yes,
something. Yeah. So when it comes to yes. So this environmental studies has different names between USA and United Kingdom. There they call it as tree hugging. Here they study, they will say as green studies. When it comes to United States of America and American literature, it starts from transcendentalism. Study about nature is something which starts from transcendentalism, and we have representative people like Emerson, Thoreau. They have contributed, in fact, and also Margaret Fuller. And she seems to be, interestingly, the first Harvard scholar, women scholar, when she was pursuing her graduation. In this particular summer on the lake, she narrates how the scheme, the environment, seems to be something very inspiring to her to mold herself. So moving on to the next. So these are again some of the important theorists and their works. Next. Yeah, as we have first wave, second wave feminism, we also have in environmental studies, we also have such a first wave, second wave, third wave. I think this picture is not clear. Let me explain to you here in this, but yeah, it's become clear now. This is something, why anthropocentrism? I would like to bring in this, why we are very much centered on anthropocentrism. It starts from religion, of course, how man becomes so anthropocentric. For instance, we have Genesis book, like where we have quote like, it is God's will that man exploit nature for his proper end. So such a sanction, such license is given to man to exploit nature from the religious license. And also we have classical tragedies where anthropocentric assumption that nature exists for the benefit of mankind. And this is something deep ecologists, they resist. Deep ecologists, and we have another concept called Gaia theory also, which also resists such engagement with nature. And we have Protagoras, one of the Greek philosopher, who said man is the measure of all things. So such a statement, such generalized, naturalized concepts license human being to become more anthropocentric. And we have this particular diagram, the squaring of the circle, a very famous Vitruvian man. And where Da Vinci he makes use of this particular body as a geometrical shape for constructing temples. So based on human body, temples are constructed, churches are constructed. So human body seems to be the basis for most of the fundamental geometrical shapes. So in that way, anthropocentrism is again emphasized. And our own Alexander Pope has said, the proper study of mankind is man. So this is how anthropocentrism becoming more predominant. And this is a continuation of it. And now we have different landscapes, area 1, area 2, area 3, when it comes to environmental studies. Can I have 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
Ma'am, 5 minutes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, I'll rush up. I'll just narrate. So we have 4 different places like wilderness, scenic sublime, countryside, domestic pictures. And these are something we also find in literature. It's something like the archetypal thing. Such scenes happen. For instance, we have Paradise Lost, Frankenstein, Moby Dick. These are the places, these are the works written in wilderness. And also Huckleberry Finn, Moby Dick, Moses, Christ, these are the characters we come across in scenic sublime. When it comes to countrysides, we have all the romantic poetry people, and domestic picture, we have again lyric poetry, domestic fictions, Jane Austen, all that. This is something I already spoke about, how nature and culture is something directly linked with. And we have Derrida here, and that is very interesting. Kate Soper's interrogation, and he very seriously questioned, it is not language which has a hole in its ozone layer. So he is like making a very speculative questioning there. And then now coming to ecofeminism, it's a broad area. I just, because of lack of time, I'm very sorry I'm not able to touch upon. This is proposed to ecofeminism as a term came from French writer Francois Aubon in her book, some French book, La Feminism, ou la Mort. This is again removing the stereotype, analyzing the interconnection of oppression of women. So this seems to be, when it comes to feminism, this belongs to radical feminism. Okay, so I would like to move on to this Room for One's Own, written by Virginia Woolf, where she questions about there is no female Shakespeare, because women writers, they don't have their own rooms, in fact, to write, sit and write, to contemplate, to being creative. They don't have space for their own self, and that is why, and that may be the reason for there is no female Shakespeare. It's a very interesting essay, and she says that she also proposes that woman manly, man womanly kind of combinations of writing, which is best for artists. So this is her suggestion: woman manly, man womanly writing, way of writing, not like exactly masculine way of writing, because we have serious problem with the language application also. Most feminist writers, they claim that women are using men's language only. So we need some other language, an alternative language to write women representation. And some other works like The Land Ethic, the very introduction was something, how women are reduced nothing but properties. I read one few lines. This is how Leopold begins his essay. When godlike Odysseus returned from the war in Troy, he hanged all one row a dozen slave girls of his household, whom he suspected of misbehavior during his absence. So he has many girlfriends. In his absence, he suspected them and he hanged them all. So this hanging is involved no question of proprietary, because the girls were property. It's a very, very, very condemning, beginning by Leopold, how he compares women with the land, and how land is being also considered as a property exploited, and how women, he takes from Greek literature, how Odysseus has done such thing. That is I have dealt about. And also we have such example in Tess of the D'Abervilles, how this woman was exploited. And we have some more like, is female to male as nature is to culture. Then how women is being stereotyped as nature in this poem by Wordsworth is another interesting study. Coming to the end, we have veganism. This is what I would like to suggest you. It's a very recent study on environmental studies. So, so this is something very recent, where it speaks about the first metaphor was animal, that is John Berger. Why look at animals? Animals are the objects of our ever-extending knowledge. So they suggest something to be consume vegetarian food, and how egg, any animal, milk, butter, cheese, all these things, something comes within the framework of environmental studies. Also, veganism is often considered as a lifestyle strongly anchored in animal rights. So animal rights is something seems to be the serious right that has been proposed here. The rape of animals. Look at the terms, very interesting. Butchering, non-male zeus, swallowed metis, absent referent, sexual violence, meat eating, feminism and ecofeminism. Are you breast man or leg man? This is something like when you take chicken's leg or chicken breast. This is something very cliche way of saying, are you a breast man or a leg man? Very sexual, colloquial slangs or address regarding. This is how this study, look at the animal body, how it has been given women stereotyping. Coming to, these are all extreme, what to say, Western studies. I don't know whether in India we have such study emerging. Look at this image. Sexualized women are the absent referent. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. Thanks for listening. Thanks for inviting me. If you have any queries, you can ask me. Thanks for the opportunity. Close this.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving us a great insight on eco-criticism studies, which related to literature and the natural environment. Again, I would like to thank each and everyone for making this session a success. We would like to inform the participants that parallel sessions will be happening now. The links will be shared in WhatsApp group, and we request the participants to join the respective sessions and present the papers. All the best to you all.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta.
Yes, yes. So no question there? No.
Yes, ma'am. Appreciation messages have been posted in the group. No questions, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Dear participants, the links have been shared in the WhatsApp group. Kindly look into it.
Session 1 participants are supposed to stay in this link itself. The session will continue. The paper presentation session will continue in the same link. Other 2 links are shared in the group. Please have a look at it and join the respective groups. Session 1 participants, please stay back in this link itself.
Professor Indira Banerjee.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Balakrishnan sir, shall we commence the session, sir? Session 1?
Yes, sir. Please start, sir.
Okay. It gives me immense pleasure to invite and welcome Dr. Indira Banerjee, the chairperson for the session 1, Assistant Professor of English, Yogoda Satsanga Mahavidyalaya, Ranchi University, Ranchi, Jharkhand. Lauded with numerous academic excellence awards since childhood, an MA gold medalist, Dr. Indira Banerjee loves to be described in the lines of her own favorite teachers, that Indira carries her class wherever she goes. She has written for umpteen number of research journals and read papers in several national and international seminars. She has been recently dabbling with the genre of short fiction. She has always had an intense take on the variegated aspects of life as gradually unravel before her ever-observant eyes. Her quick repartees and a tickling sense of humor has endeared her to one and all. Her command over the English language has won her a unique place in the college where she has been serving as an assistant professor of English for the last 17 years. It gives me immense pleasure to invite and welcome Dr. Indira Banerjee to take over the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for giving me this introduction. I welcome all the participants to the forum for presenting their papers. I hope all of you participants are in the updated list, list number 1. Okay, our session is going to run from this moment up to 4 p.m. So we have around 2.5 hours. And since the list of participants is quite long, so I would request each participant to keep it short. Okay, it would be very nice if you could give a gist of your paper right here, and you can later on submit the papers, the complete papers. If you go on to read the entire paper over here, we would be running short of time and many participants would not be able to read the papers. So it is a humble request to all the participants over here. With due respect, I request you that please do not attempt to read your entire paper over here. At the most, we can spare 5 to 6 minutes of time for every presenter. So
I just hope that you will keep it short. Okay, so thank you so much. I now invite Dr. Arun Kumar Singh, Government College, Barpali District, Korba, Chhattisgarh, to kindly start presenting his paper. Dr. Arun Kumar Singh, is he here?
I think he's not here, ma'am. Can we move to the next one, ma'am?
Okay, so Dr. Javed, Dr. K. Javed, SNA Government Arts and Commerce College, Koka Neuras, again Chhattisgarh. I would request Dr. Javed to start presenting his paper.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please start.
Myself, Dr. Javed K. Shah. Ma'am, I want to request you that my surname is missing in my name.
Okay.
Should also be included. And that is Shah, S-H-A-H.
Okay, sir.
I am Assistant Professor of English and SNA Government Arts and Commerce, which Koka Neura, Chhattisgarh. And I'm thankful that you have given me an opportunity to present this paper. The topic of my paper is Inclusion of Psychoanalysis in Literature. There are no rigid boundaries between literature and other art forms.
Dr. Javed, sir, is it possible for you to switch on your video, sir?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Is it okay, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Am I okay? So the study of literature encompasses the study of other disciplines also. It opens the door to the knowledge of the principles, formulations, discoveries of other disciplines. The study of philosophy, and sociology, politics, psychology, and history is helpful for making analysis of the features of the creative arts. The relationship between literature and psychology is well established. Literature faithfully reflects human behavior, and psychology studies the mind and behavior. These two fields are closely connected and they affect each other. Both of them focus on imagination, emotions, thinking process, and psychical issues. Literary work is the creation of a particular psychological condition that denotes all the aspects of the inner world of the writer or its characters. Psychologists such as Adler, Jung, and Fromm are of the view that psychology gives fascinating insights into literature as it puts forth the precise mental processes. It was Sigmund Freud who played the major role in establishing the relationship between literature and psychology in the 20th century. According to Freud, what psychoanalysts mention in their theories, poets and writers convey through artistic presentation. He made the citation of literary references in his own hypothesis. Every character in this way can be treated as a case for psychoanalytic study. Psychoanalysis has gained popularity in the field of literary criticism. Psychiatry is the branch of, psychology is the branch of psychology, which actually psychoanalysis is a branch of psychology, and it took its beginning in medicine. Ruth Munro wrote in the preface to the Schools of Psychoanalytic Thought that psychoanalysis is an, I quote, offshoot of psychiatry, the branch of medicine concerned with mental illness, unquote. Psychology is also known as depth psychology because it deals with the unconscious motives and conflicts. It also uses the term emotion psychology because it revolts against the intellectual emphasis of psychology. The word psychoanalysis refers to the theories of Freud, the psychoanalytic method, and investigation based upon them. Theory is developed during his practices. For poets and writers, psychoanalysis is not a new technique, and they have accepted it as a gospel truth. A literary artist reveals the inner life of his characters, their relations with each other, and world, employing his own vision of human beings. The feelings and experiences which are repressed shape the behavior of an individual. These repressed experiences lead a literary artist to the artwork. D.S. Maney, in his article, The Limits of Psychoanalytic Criticism, states that in writing down, I quote, in writing down a poem, a play, or a novel, the writer wrote down his repressed psyche. A sediment of the savage self always surfaced in the world of art. The work of art is an exercise of imagination, and psychoanalysis tries to uncover its hidden meaning. Freud rejects the belief that social and cultural forces shape the behavior. Neo-Freudians, such as Erich Fromm and Harney, emphasizes the role of social and cultural forces in shaping man's behavior. Psychoanalytic approach to literature.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but then you have to keep it very brief. Otherwise, the other participants won't get a chance. I'm so sorry.
These are the concluding lines. Psychoanalytic approach to literature has now become an established and independent discipline. Its achievements have been highly encouraging and rewarding. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Mr. Billa Zahir, Annamacharya Institute of Technology and Sciences, Rajampet, Annamaya, Andhra Pradesh.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Kindly present your paper, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity, ma'am. So first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Billa Zahir from Annamacharya Institute of Science and Technology, Rajampet, Annamaya district, Andhra Pradesh, ma'am. It's my privilege to present a paper in this international conference, ma'am. So, my paper title is Collaborative Learning, a method for enhancing English language skills for students pursuing engineering programs. Actually, JNTU Anantapur, ma'am. So our colleges may come under the purview of JNTU Anantapur, ma'am. Now, ma'am, try to focus on the abstract and move on to the main paper. So collaborative learning is the approach for engaging the group of students together to work on a specific task or activity that is called English language communicating. So actually where the wonderful opportunity creating for all the BTech students at the BTech first year levels to perform the various activities.
Would you kindly switch on your video also, sir?
Oh, sure, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Communicative English. Actually, the communicative English as a part of the collaborative learning. So all the members are come to the laboratories where the install some softwares in order to learn the listening comprehensions, role plays, oral presentation, team presentations, information transfer, describing the object, person, and some experiments, how they are being conducted, some type of experiments in the laboratory. So overall, collaborative learning is it's a wonderful platform to enhance their communication base. Because every time I came to know that most of the students every year they are passing out their graduations and BTech programs, professional programs, but lack of employability skills. So that's why our JNTU Anantapur has also developed the wonderful curriculums in order to inculcate some wonderful skills among the BTech students. So collaborative learning is according to the rigorous in the year 1978, students are capable of performing at higher intellectual levels when asked to work in collaborative situations than we asked to work individually. So means collaborative learning is a wonderful source to acquire the knowledge rather than they are working in individuals. Because individual means there is no other scope for the information to sharing with others. But collaborative learning means they can also share their ideas with innovatively with the other students. So that's why collaborative learning is probably a wonderful tool to enhance their communication. Collaborating learning, simply called CL, can be defined as a set of teaching and learning strategies, promoting the students collaborating in small groups, 2 or 5, in order to optimizing their own and each other's learnings. For example, debate or group discussions, oral presentations, and giving the scope to them to narrate the anecdotes or storytelling. So that was collaborative learning was really helpful. And one more point, ma'am, I would like to share. The above mentioned writers have been different definitions of the collaborative learning by reading these writers. Actually, ma'am, actually the pronunciation is sorted, but they are giving the importance to only 2 skills and they're giving the discount to remaining 2 skills. What are they namely? Reading and writing. They're just focusing on the listening and speaking, but giving the discount to reading and writing. So that was the biggest setback among the engineers. But it's our privilege to take them, to encourage them to get involved into the whole language. Then only it is maybe helpful to acquire the collaborative learning. One more point I would like to share with you. The main aim of the language lab. So this is actually recent. Our Telangana government is also introduced the language lab section for intermediate students also. But what we are talking about at BTech first year levels, the graduate levels also encouraging them to learn the communication base and competitive skills in language skills in all 4 aspects, that is the L, S, order. And in this connection, our university is also implemented and conducting the language lab for the BTech first year students. So here I would like to tell you one point. The main aim of the language lab is to improve the speaking and interactive skills of the students to the various activities. Just now I told you what are the topics we were being taught at BTech first year level. Generally, there would be around 30 to 40 students. No, ma'am, 30 to 60. Sometimes they may be divided into 40, or sometimes the whole group may be access to the lab, then 60 or 62 members. The main emphasis to improve the students' individual learning, involve them in a group learning, critical thinking, problem solving. The following techniques can be implemented in a language learning. So what are the points, ma'am? Just now I stated. Emphasizing on the group learning, means a general group discussion. Next one is a critical thinking. Suppose if the case study is given to them, how you can suggest a wonderful suggestion to come out from this problem. And next one is the problem solving, analytical skills. Suppose we combine all these 3 skills among the individual learning process, then was really amazing for the engineering students. And they never stated that I'm lagging in the communication skills. So, because nowadays, lack of employability skills, they are not getting the job. Yes, one more point, ma'am, I would like to share. 2 students are formed as a team, so 2 or 3 members as a part of the individual presentations and the team presentations, as a part of the lab session. Sometimes a duration is given for the team members for the discussion. So means just simultaneously suggesting one topic, how to combat global warming, so who should be blamed for the developing, who should be blamed for this global warming, the developed countries or developing countries, instead of a thought-provoking topics. Then they will improve their communication skills. At the same time, they can also learn the analytical and problem solving skills also. And the next one is the above technique can be used for the topic of the language lab, that is the interview skills, presentation skills, group discussions, and the essential skills for any person who wants to be successful in his professional life. In this activity, the faculty introduce the topic and explain the importance of the interview.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Please wind up.
I would like to wind conclusion. Last 2 minutes. 2 minutes now. From these observations, lab sessions, we have been observed that collaborative learning can be definitely help the students in improving their English language skills. The approach improves the relations among the students, thereby reducing the pressure of learning and foreign language. In collaborative learning, both the teacher and students have their voices, and the students should see their language lab as a learning platform for effective communication. Okay, ma'am. Apart from that one, they can also learn some foreign language in order to settle in the foreign countries. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I would now call upon Dr. Parvanshi Sharma, Chandigarh University, Mohali, Punjab, to kindly present her paper. Dr. Parvanshi Sharma.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and thank you for this opportunity. So I am Parvanshi Sharma, Assistant Professor in Chandigarh University in Mohali,
Dr.
Punjab.
Sharma, if I may interrupt you, can you just move your camera down a bit, ma'am? Yes.
Is this fine now?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
So the title of my paper is Contextualizing the Exploitation of the Tribals in Mahashweta Devi's Dalti the Bountiful in the Light of Cultural Elements. So Mahashweta Devi is one of the few Bengali writers who have been extensively translated into English, and her writings have given Indian literature a new life and have inspired many writers, journalists, and filmmakers. So here, the objective of my paper is to scrutinize the continued exploitation of the tribals after the independence, and an attempt has been made to draw a parallel between the exploitation of the tribal women and men who become bonded laborers of the rich upper caste landowners, and the sexual exploitation of tribal women who are used and abused because they are poor. So the present paper, however, ventures into the world of Daulati, a prostitute, through the analysis of the story Dalti the Bountiful. The paper also attempts to reveal how the exploitation of the tribals, which is so much introjected into their minds, can give way to resilience and change, and how they react in the process of saving their existence as human beings. So a pattern comes out which first tells about the grounds of the exploitation of the tribals in general and women in particular, and second about their resilience, which initially remains suppressed as symbolic resistance, but ultimately comes out in concrete visible terms in the form of emerging cultural tendencies. So the depiction of dynamic power relationships between classes in the story, indicating the Marxist concept of dialectical materialism, which implies a notion that the struggle between the opposed forces produces change. So further, the significance of the study lies in the study of cultural phenomena, which determines the place of each and every individual in the society. This construction of culture and its annexation by the literary text, by this story, is central to the analysis, using the concept of dominant, residual, and emergent socio-cultural tendencies given by Raymond Williams in Marxism and Literature. So beginning with the analysis, novella Daulati is a tragic tale of its protagonist, Daulati, who is a tribal girl of Nagasia community, and his father, Ganori. But to talk of her and her father is also to talk about numerous characters and unnamed choral figures whose narratives intersect Daulti's. So each character has a narrative of his or her own. So the novella is set in Seora village of Plamo district in Bihar. And the village is largely inhabited by the tribals like Bhuiyas, Tusad, Dhobis, Ganjus, Orauns, Mundas, and who are bonded laborers belonging to one lord or the other. So the village is under the hegemonic control of the feudal lord, Rajput feudal lord, and the Brahmins like human Mishra. So hegemonic control here implies that the social class achieves a predominant influence and power not by direct and overt means, but by succeeding in making its ideological view of society so pervasive that the subordinate classes unwittingly accept and participate in their own oppression. So furthermore, the feudal ties bound the tribals to their exploitator in terms of their natural superiors, ideologically. So a number of high characters openly and brazenly project themselves to as affiliated to gods. So these characters include Munawar Chandela, Parmanand Mishra, Parmanand's assistant, and the brothel owners like Krishanji and his son Bajnas. So this band of predators flaunts their divine pedigree, projecting the predicament of the Bandhuas as something divinely ordained right at the moment of their birth. So for most non-tribals in the areas, tribals are subhuman creatures whose land is to be usurped, whose possessions are to be looted, and who can with impunity be laughed at and pushed. Along with this hegemonic control, this dominant ideology, residual ideas, beliefs, and faiths are active in the behavior of Ganori, Daulti, Bhuneshwar, Parmanand Mishra, and Bajnath. For example, Ganori borrows 300 rupees from the landlord Munawar Chandela, and he becomes his slave, a kamya, for an indefinite period of time because of increasing interest and recurrent social and economic needs. So this system has been in place for a very long time, and in the text itself, the lines appear different names in different regions. The system is slavery. The marginals, the Harijans, the tribal is its sacrifice. This is on page number 62 of the text. So thus there is an old age submission towards the feudal lords. It persists, it continues there. So another character in the story, Munabar Chandela, has his own residual tendencies, and his own religious laws enable him to commit exploitation on the tribals. He is doing this because land is forever and bond slavery is not a new business. His forefathers have also done the same. In addition to this, there is this Munabar and Hanuman Mishra, the Brahmins, they too come up with the same theory. So they consider these tribals as low caste. So evidently here the problem becomes social rather than economic. So class is but one of the portions of societal complexity, one bearer of social structure. So tribals.
Ma'am,
Yes,
sorry to interrupt you.
Just winding it up, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Yes. So there is another group of emergents which include the characters like Prashad Mahato, Bono, and Mohan Srivastav, who are dominant high caste characters, but ultimately when they are resisting their own dominant class, they somehow being entrapped in the same dominant structure again and again. And Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, she calls such group of emergent as organic intellectuals. So to sum up, the interplay of the dominant, residual, and emergent cultural tendencies, elements, lend and constructs the identity of the individuals as well as the groups of the individuals in the story. All those who fight on the behalf of the victims fight equally, if not more, on behalf of their own conscience. So they are deservedly the emerging heroes of the post-colonial India because their conscience responds to the fight as a human collectivity. Thank you for this opportunity, ma'am. I have presented my paper.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma. It was a very good paper. I now call upon Mr. Jatin Kumar, Manipal University, Jaipur, to kindly present his paper. Mr. Jatin Kumar.
Yes, ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Jatin and I am from Manipal University, a PhD scholar from French Department of Language and Literature Cultural Studies. So my topic is challenges in foreign language learning, theory and practical. So in today's world, foreign language plays the most multi-dimensional roles and helps to understanding the morality and our exposure to diverse culture, tradition, and lifestyles. So one of the most crucial components of interpersonal connections due to their improved communication skills, which also assist to boost confidence and introduce them to new ideas. Language learners also benefits in their careers. This is also can be difficult because one of the hardest thing a brain can do is learn a second language, and it can be very difficult for beginners to understand the pronunciation and grammar of a foreign language. Many language learners avoid speaking to others, especially native speakers, because they are anxious about looking foolish if they make mistakes. When speaking to a native speakers, language learners experience a conflict between knowledge and performance. That means competence and performance, and in French is savoir et savoir-faire. Language learners learn all the language skills with the help of the books, teachers, materials, and language learning videos, films, but in reality is completely different because native speakers speaks with their authentic tones, velocities, and accents. As a result, many language learners are afraid to speak, and occasionally they are unable to recognize the speaker's true accents. Since native speakers frequently omit words from their speech because they don't follow their correct grammatical rules in everyday discourse, causing a cultural shock for newcomers. And when they begin learning a second language, many people still think in their own tongue. They tend to translate words in their mind, which naturally take times, and occasionally they stumble over their words, fail to engage in conversation. Furthermore, it can be challenging to memorize new words and phrases, let alone utilize them in speech. The study of foreign language improving listening skills, memories, and thinking ability. So, but there is some challenges during language learning. There are many difficulties during learning the language learners, because if giving examples in France has officially French language follows, But France is divided into two parts, in the northern part and the southern part. The northern part is like Paris, and southern part is Bordeaux. So, but they follow the different accents there. So this is the one of the biggest challenge to understand their accents. Like if anyone knows French, then the word is étudiant. Étudiant, that means student. When I was in France, so the French speaker says, the native French speaker is étudiant, étudiant, not Dion. But in southern part they speaks Dion. So this is the accents problem. So this is the quite difficult to understand when newcomers try to learning or with the try to speak with the native persons. And there are many language learners like facing difficulties because they tend to translate terms with the and that's why they take times, and there are some cultural shocks as well. While learning language while learning, the language learners follow the theory based knowledge, but practically it is different something. The language learners, they face the cultural shock when they don't follow the proper cultural knowledge culture. Then they feel ashamed to perform the activity with their native people. Example, French people do bisou that like cheek kisses is a part of their French culture, but the language learners at the beginning, they don't learn these things. So this is the quite difficult to understand that their culture, and that's why the learners hesitate or feel embarrassed during things in practical. The French person prefer to give the wines during meetings or any special occasions like parties, festival, etc. But in Indian culture, we never follow these aspects, and we never learn while learning in the second language. So without proper environment, it is not possible to enhance the understanding of practical and cultural knowledge. And some limitations of book. If we talk about the word, if the words necessary for speaking about something doesn't exist, we cannot do so. Something that prevents us from understanding ideas, and the other can discuss, and other times it prevents us from talking about things are aware of. There are many there are many books, they don't follow proper use of grammar. There are limited examples of grammar and word structure. That's why the newcomers face the difficulties while analyzing any sentences. The books follow the traditional method while explaining the concepts, and it is the oldest one. But today's world is totally different from the new vocabulary and phrases while speaking. So lacks of the new accents and the lacks of different types of example is the major problem for the language learners.
Okay, sir, I would request you to wind up now.
Yes, members. There's only one thing is the suggestions. It is a very important to presence of the native teacher, because native teacher give the native teacher give the proper training. They may be at a disadvantage knowing the knowledge or benefit having a native speakers as a teacher. If they not only speaks it well, but they can also model how to utilize in the really natural way. So the last line is, we can say, the good pronunciation is essential for aiding language learners and their capacity for effective communication. Therefore, a native speaker or teacher helps to newcomers in appropriately pronouncing the words of sentences. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I now call upon Mr. Olala Srinivas, Telangana Minorities Residential Educational Society, Hyderabad, to kindly present his paper. Mr. Olala Srinivas, are you there? Mr. Srinivas, Telangana Minorities Residential Educational Society, Hyderabad. Okay, then we move on to our next presenter, Mr. K. Kalyana Sundaram, CMR University, Bengaluru, Karnataka.
Good afternoon, everyone, all the dignitaries, Dr. Indra Banerjee, ma'am, My respects to you and to all the panelists. I thank you for the opportunity given. I would like to uh, show my PPT as well here. I'm just bringing it out.
Yes, sir, you are audible. You can kindly proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Second. Yeah. So my topic is English language assessment for better learning. It's just a review. Many people, they choose to select assessment, formative assessment, but then it is not rightly implemented in classes. So why assessment is important? When it comes to learning, assessment is vital, and when it comes to assessment, planning is the key. How they plan assessment is very important. Teachers must ensure that they are assessing their students and identifying their individual needs. Then only assessment is proper. In order for teachers to assess their students' language abilities very well, they need to be familiar with assessment techniques and questioning techniques. The most important for a teacher is to how to question the students. That directs the classroom in the right way. Formative assessments help to understand students' strengths and weaknesses, identify areas that need improvement, and also add their teaching methods accordingly on a day-to-day basis. Teaching has to be tailored to the students' needs to make them progress. Focus on questioning strategies to create curiosity in students and set the right tone for learning. Then formative assessment complements summative assessment. Actually, people look at it as something as different entity. It's not that formative assessment alone is going to help or summative assessment alone. So all the summative assessments over the weeks or months is going to help the student to do well in the summative assessment. So constructing formats lay a good foundation for taking summative assessments with confidence. So this article shows how formative assessments are effectively used in language classrooms and how they complement summative assessment. Then there is in today's world, English classroom, there is a tendency to ignore subjects, and the teachers encourage them to learn their core subjects and get into professional colleges. Where does this lead to? Reduced communication skills, and they just learn only the minimum language skills. Writing is poor. Their habit formation using the language, right syntax is missing. Subject verb agreement gone. Conditional classes to acquire language skills. And ELT facilitates higher order thinking skills, and it can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes. Sorry for the interruption. I'm just continuing with that.
Please, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. merely a tool used to promote rote learning, and that as a result, the students, they are getting only grades and report cards. The teachers do not know the nitty-gritty of, and then pre-planning by the teacher is very, very important. The teacher has to plan very well in advance so that he can find out what questions can be asked, and then accordingly he can change the course of the classroom and make students learn. Essential components of formative assessments: asking questions, conducting class discussions, assigning
I'm
homework,
so
and providing
sorry to
feedback.
interrupt you,
It
sir.
is important that the teacher should not be rigid, should be ready to take questions and take the learning more visible. I just have given one. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Kindly, there was some disturbance also in the middle. Kindly wind up your paper, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I've just make learning visible by giving one example by using a reported speech, and so handling a
Okay, thank you so much, sir. There were some network issues with your presentation, but all the same, it was a very good effort. I would now like to call upon.
can also be improved, and that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. S. Farhad, the next presenter, Koneru Lakshmaya Education Foundation. Dr. S. Farhad.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Present. I'm here.
Okay. Kindly switch on your video, ma'am, and kindly present your paper.
Sure, ma'am. Good afternoon, Chair and co-participants of this list. So I'm Dr. Farhad. So my paper is on a polemical discourse on gender identity and existing crisis in the Ministry of Utmost Happiness, written by Arundhati Ram. So it is this her second novel. So it is exclusively written and a poignant script on transgender and third gender, which is a distinct South Asian known for gender as well as sexual differences, who are associated with the intersex identities that traditionally subjected to prejudice and embedded within the narratives of exclusion, discrimination, and also the subcultural disparities. As a result, these so-called gender and the Indian coined word hijra are typically perceived as isolated as well as abject, passive victims who remain within the social, economical peripheries. In Indian context, though the third gender may not be belong to he or she, the criteria of the prominent characterization, where we use the pronouns like he and she, are no longer being coined to them, and neither an identity is given by the authorities or by the government here. So they are still neglected a lot, living in misery and unidentified. All these issues, Arundhati Roy has poignantly placed and portrayed well in this novel, this 12-chapter novel, and one can understand the trauma from the perspective of transgender protagonist. The main protagonist is Anjan. So coming to this introduction, though the title, it is a Ministry of Utmost Happiness, which is referred to the protagonist who want to receive happiness in her own way. And evidently, it is not the happy novel at all. So, in fact, it is about how the characters derive their happiness by standing unfazed in the face of the storming tragedies, by making their own creations out of their own pursued or, imbibed tragedies which are uncomfortable in their daily routine. Arundhati Roy has taken up the issues of them. So the novel is intricated with the following. We can see the political scenarios in 2000 that has started in India, like militancy in Kashmir, Naxal problems, Gujarat riots, Godhra incident, displacement caused by gangs, pollutions, where these transgenders have been displaced from one place to another. So here, I just like to deal out my paper from the perspective of Anjum. So who is one of the protagonists, born as an Afghan, so living in the cities of Delhi, and most of the novel is just coming to the placement of the novel. It is completely placed in Delhi, Kashmir, and a few parts of Gujarat. It is a grand story where many stories revolve around Anj, a transgender. Though born as Afghan, so because of the perspectives of his life, she is directly or indirectly contribute to multiple levels of his or her own changes that he wants to bring. Hence, the central character Anjit escapes from so-called dunya where genderization is there, and he excludes from he and she concept, and hence starts her existence crisis. So for her, dunya is nothing but she better creates her own ministry of utmost happiness and finding her place where she calls her as Jannat guest house, so, and giving place to many hijras around her. And she also adopts an orphan, so Zainab and Miss Zabin. So where she gives a shelter to all those people and to whom she wants to come out. Isn't it proves her identity that even transgenders in India can prove and have their own path of living, who can contribute to the existence. Here comes again marginalization of these hijras or transgenders. So it unfolds the bitter truths of marginalized. Arundhati Rai not only has highlighted transgenders, among transgenders, how they have been marginalized, isn't so how they have to come out of their own, peripheries in India, especially in India, and that to the broken part of India, especially in the era of 2000, where the communal, social, political roles were at their peaks, and how these people has to search for themselves. In the opening paragraph, only Arundhati Roy makes us clear that protagonist Anjum, who is the epitome of strength, patience, and power. So she has the courage to accept the feminine side as well as the nasty opinion of the people, where after changing her genitals and all, after transforming, isn't it he wears a sari, get ready with all this, where he finds his own utmost happiness, and that ministry, that state of is called as ministry here, and that is why Arundhati Roy wants to prove through Anjan that whatever we acquire that is our ministry, that is our state where we have to find our happiness and all. Anjum was finally able to dress in the clothes and where she feels very happy, and she from her own area where hijras live, she has to vacate that place because the normal people who we call he and she, were no longer to bear her in that common area. Hence, she moves with all these people to the graveyard where she calls it as a Jannat, a paradise. And there she becomes the hubs, starts to give isn't it, shelter to many of the people like Hijras and also the orphans. And there she celebrates Eid, Diwali very pompously and all. So this pathetical tone, as well as the disorientation of the Indian society, the fabrication of the Indian society, is very much clearly given by Arundhati Roy. And it is also the displacement of the transgenders also one of the major themes where these transgenders or the third genders in India are dislocated everywhere. So they no longer.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. But you have to wind it up now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. About I'll take 2 seconds. Last time, finally, I conclude that it is through Anjum, Arundhati Roy gives her a voice to all the transgenders, making out that their existence is no more a crisis, and their existence and individuality is no more in vain. They can transform themselves and can have their own place of living. So thank you very much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Any questions, ma'am?
No, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
The paper
Thank
was
you.
very nice.
Thank you.
I now call upon P. Kalai Selvi, ma'am.
Yes,
She
madam, I'm
signed
here.
up.
Yes, madam.
Okay, madam. So please kindly present your paper
Yes,
and
yes.
kindly switch on your video.
Yeah, okay, madam. And a descriptive study of psychology in anxiety in turtles. Again, turtles all the dawn down. My topic is that actually all about the psychology anxiety in this novel. Turtles all the day out. It shows us several examples of several characters facing issues there in their such as mental illness, poverty and illness, oppressiveness that affect the ability to see the old world around the realisticity in this novel. And in this novel, main focus toward the psychology anxiety in the character called Asa Holmes. Mental illness in this character that issues that cause her to lose sight of the world around her. Asa mental illness causes her to fear she defend in a deadly disease, and the solution is to drink hand sanitizer to cleanse her system. It was the really this more immediate threat into her. And when the mental illness takes over Aza's mind, she loses her train of thought and forgets about the world around her. A result of that is not knowing anything about her best friend Daisy. Even she doesn't have the memory of her own friend Daisy. Daisy is much poorer than Azaz. She relies judges for her pursuing items with her bribe. And Daisy faces financial difficulties, and that appears makes her defensive of the other issues here. Daisy doesn't emphasize Aza's moral values with the receiving money from Davies to get them not to tell police with the information. Daisy is all around also aware of Aza's reasoning why she doesn't feel like receiving a 50K in a rich, because Daisy, it is a lot more money that is to Azza. She also doesn't realize how serious Aza's mental illness is. She quite self-centered about it's by maintaining how her mental illness often invites disaster. And Upkid's operation with researching immortality to be remembered causes him to neglect other aspects of his life. Uses illegal method to gain his wealth, such as bribing state officials and not completing government projects while going to over budget. Being an absent father, living at his children, on none of the fortune, instead giving all the mortality research to protect his research, ran away of the grade of eventually death. With this, I conclude with my point that all these problems came only because of mental illness of Azaz and Daisy's financial crisis issues and racial package oppression. Thank you for this. Thank you for giving this opportunity to me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for being so punctual. You never give me a chance to interrupt you. Thank you so much. I now call upon the next participant, P. Yamini Madam from Sri Sai Ram Institute of Technology, Chennai, to kindly present her paper. P. Yamini ma'am, are you there? I now move on to our next participant, Dr. V. Rima.
Ma'am, Professor Rama and Dr. Nagamani are supervising the session, so they will not be presenting. We can move on to Madam.
Okay, sir. So, Dr. K. Nagamani sir is also present. Okay, Padma Ragam S from VMRF, AV Campus, Chennai. I now call upon you, sir, to kindly present your paper.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, sir. kindly click on your video.
Yeah. Just a minute. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Kindly present your
Thank you for the, thank you for the opportunity given to me. The title of my paper is Liberation of Marginalized and Oppressed Women in Patriarchal Social System, portrayed in the works of Kamala Das and Maya Angelou. The conditions of women were very pitiable before independence due to male dominance. Women were facing so many challenges before independence. Their basic rights were denied. The woman couldn't exist outside the boundaries of married life. Otherwise, she was considered as unworthy. Thus, the parents felt they will be a burden if they were not married off in the right time. Still, the girl children have been considered as a burden to their parents. When they get an appropriate match, they think that they are free from entire burden once the daughter is married off. But after marriage, they face a lot of issues since they are not prepared to shoulder the responsibility. Most of the women live their lives in misery and they don't reveal the truth, even if they are not contented with the life what they live. Some people bring out their sufferings. It requires a lot of courage and boldness to talk about one's own story. There are writers who write about their own problems in the form of biography. Kamala Das and Maya Angelou wrote about their own life history in the form of novels. This paper discusses on the suffocation and repression of women in patriarchal social system through the works of Kamala Das and Maya Angelou. In most of the families, girl children are considered as a curse and burden. The preference is always given to male children as the parents think that they will take care of them during their old age. In fact, the birth of the girl baby is unwelcoming to the society. The census says that at present, there are 105 boys per 100 girls due to selective abortions. There are a lot of discriminations between boys and girls. In most of the cases, the condition of girl children have been very pitiable. After the marriage of a girl, she must live in her husband's house according to the Indian culture. A girl who is loved and pampered in her mother's house expects the same kind of love and affection from her husband and in-laws. When it is not fulfilled, she feels embarrassed and disappointed. She won't be able to share anything openly with anyone because the entire things are new for her until she is accustomed to the situation. She must live a false life in the if the situation is not conducive. Women always want the love and warmth from her husband. The life of a woman becomes happy or miserable depending upon the husband and in-laws. Kamala Das was married off at the tender age of 15 with a man much older than her. The marriage of Kamala at 15 years itself is an example of child marriage. She was married to a man who further used her sexually and physically. He used her as an object as he desired. She jotted down about the sufferings and pains she underwent in the novel My Story. She wanted to pour out all her sufferings through her writings. When Maya Angelou had a plan to marry Thomas, she was in the world of dream about her new life. In the heart of a woman, she says, we would buy a nice house out on Long Island, where he had relatives. I would join a church and some local women's volunteer organizations. I would let my hair grow out and get it straightened and wear pretty hairs with flowers and gloves and look like a nice colored woman from San Francisco. Marriage is meant for expressing love and respect, but women are not respected and loved in most of the families. A man without a woman is nothing. Though people know the value of woman, they are not given much importance in the society. Conclusion. There is no doubt that women are empowered after independence. Education has brought so many changes in the lives of women and in the society. Women are now educated. They work in all the fields, but now they have choices in everything. In most of the families, daughters are given freedom to select their jobs, to select their life partners, or to share their views openly with their parents, what type of groom they need in order to lead a successful life. A woman's social status and economic well-being always depends on the husband's status, and her happiness of life also depends on his goodwill to a great extent. According to the Holy Bible, God gives a command, husbands, love your wives. A man's life will be incomplete without a woman. So women should be loved, respected, and celebrated. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a very nice paper. I now call upon our next presenter, Mr. K. Hari, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, to kindly present his paper.
Yes.
Mr. K. Hari. Okay, good
Yes,
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Is it audible? Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah.
Kindly proceed, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hari K from the SRM Institute of Science and Technology. I'm going to share my presentation. I'm going to do my presentation about tour of Japan. Tour of Japan. The screen, you can see that is the Japan flag, and you know that there is a familiar photo. See, its meaning is rising sun. The center one is sun, this red color, that is sun. This is the Japan flag, everyone knows that. And the next thing I'm going to talk about is about yeah. Can you see the screen? Hello, can you see the screen? Hello?
Sir, it's visible. You carry on.
Yeah. That's right. So this is a summer time when the Fuji. I'm going to talk about what is Fuji. Fuji is a mountain. Everyone knows Fuji is called a mountain. What is this called in English? It is called as a Fuji mountain. What is Fuji Mount is known as? It is known as a Fujiyama in Japan. What is the best time to visit Mount Fuji? The best time to visit Mount is earlier July to earlier September. What is the Mount Fuji known for? It is the first largest mountain in Japan. Its height is 3,776.24 meters tall. And among Fuji, it has inspired artists and poets, and it is the special mountain of Japanese people. It is the symbol of Japan, also secret mountain. First thing, if you think about Japan tour, Mount Fuji is the first destination for tourists. Mount Fuji has long been one of the Japanese famous iconic symbols, contributing the country's structural, geographical. Over the years, peak has evolved from an object of worship to as a sole artist and inspiration, had a future on poet, lecturer, and counters art prints. The base of Mount Fuji, surrounded by 5 stunning lakes, which set around 1,000 feet above sea level and offer spectacular view of mountain. The lake area has become a popular spot among the tourists. It is the most climbed mountain in the world. Mount Fuji visited by around 3 lakhs climbers every year. It might look like just one of the giant mountain, but Mount Fuji is actually an active volcano. It's made up of 3 separate volcanoes, Komitake at the bottom, Kofuji in the middle, and Fuji at the top. This is how it will be in the spring. This is the first picture in spring. I'm sorry, this is the first picture in spring. And you can see you can see the view, you can observe the view, and you can see this is in summer. You can see this is a cherry blossom. It has happened in summer only, the 4th month of every year. It is called Sakura no Hana. And you can see this. This is from long view Disney. And next view, you can see the autumn. The leaves color will automatically change in nature. Before summer, it will be in green. Autumn comes, it's changed into red. And you can see the exact distribution from autumn. In winter, it will be like this. Ma'am, that's it, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, are you there?
Sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes. That's my presentation, ma'am. That's it. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I now call upon Dr. S. Ananda Vaishnavi.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. Kindly
Good
proceed with the
afternoon.
presentation. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody here. I'm so happy to be a part of this international conference, and I'm really happy to present my paper over here. The title of my paper, just give me a moment, I'll just share it. Is my screen visible to everybody?
Yes, we are not being able to see you, ma'am, but we can hear you. You kindly switch on your video also.
Okay, just give me a minute.
Yes, ma'am, it is all right now.
Okay. So just the title of my paper is Food Metaphors and Emotional Appetite in Once Upon a Meal. Once Upon a Meal is a collection of short stories, 25 short stories that was published very recently. I ended up in that book very recently. And it is a collection of 25 short stories. The special appeal of each story is narrated with a beautiful exotic food recipe. And the objective of this paper is just to identify gastronomy and cuisine literature as an emerging trend in the contemporary literary arena, and to trace the connection between food and emotion of human beings, and of course about the metaphors and diction that are distinctly used to emote exquisite emotions among the individuals. And Once Upon a Meal is edited by Patricia Chandrasekhar. It contains 25 short stories, as I've told you. And each short story is very unique in genre. It talks about a ghost story, one is humorous, one is a tragedy, one is a memoir, and so on. And the only thread that connects all these 25 short stories is food. To talk about emotions and food, all the food psychologists, conclude or to put forth that food expresses changes, aggravates, and calms the mood of people. And food metaphors are very common throughout literature since ages, and you find it in English literature throughout. And it's a common saying that in India that the best way to get into a man's heart is through his stomach. It doesn't apply only for a couple; it could be for anyone. The children love food, we love food, and it is a common thread that connects almost everyone. And in this consumerist culture just now, food is no more just a basic need. It has become a luxury. It has become a boredom killer. It has become a therapy. It has become a catalyst to kill all your monotonous life. So food can be manipulative in different situations. And to talk about particularly in this book, food has been used as symbols of status, religion, family, culture, and even nationality. And emotional signifiers, when we talk about love, is something that is expressed very, expressively in many short stories in this particular book, selected book. Especially A Meal Untouched, where the mother cooks a gravy, mutton gravy, and thinking about how his own son has been convicted as and issued a death warrant. And the morning when the death, he's sentenced to death, the mutton gravy is prepared by his mother, thinking about how he loved to eat this particular recipe. And it shows how the motherly love for her son and how the longingness could be expressed through the story. There's another beautiful story where titled Philistine, where sambar is being cooked by a husband for his lovable wife, and the wife is just seated over there watching how her husband is cooking for her. And it is nice to see it's like a dream come true for every woman, a married woman could be. Okay, how we expect a meal from a husband. And it's not just the ingredients, it's not the vegetables or the cooking process. It's more to do with how it is expressed, the expression of love. The whole process of cooking sambar is just to woo her, his own wife. In the next part, we find the food as a memory in many short stories. Especially one particular short story where I cannot go in everything, Kapi Nirvana, where the mother, the woman, she just breaks through a reverie of how after marriage her life and routine has changed. This is all the more his own family and everything, okay, and how his routine is just to look after the baby, and how just a cup of coffee is just becoming a very nightmare for her, or just a longing for her. And the story also differentiates how a woman prioritizes a man's needs after marriage. And in the same way, A Meal Untouched, okay, is also about how food as a memory, talked about how the meal is being served for her own husband, and how he thinks about how he will love to eat this meal. And One for You is a memory that stands for a little girl who makes modaks for her father, who's no more right now. And of course, it doesn't just act over there. It doesn't stop over there. Food can be pacifiers and game changers also. It can really pacify rivalry of two extreme juniors and seniors in the story, The Interloper, where the exquisite litti choka is being cooked by the junior, and the senior who's been showing rivalry to him changes all the more, all overnight. And again, a political rivalry is turns very soft, and it's become pacified in the next story called Bigger Fish to Fry, where two extremists of political ideology people who belong to two different political parties come together and pacify each other in Bigger Fish to Fry. And it's not, there is another feature where food become a social historical markers, where in the final countdown, we find that Khadi Chauran is being denied, or it's being untouched by the people, where the whole family is being killed in a communal riot that happens in the local area. Just to to summarize, food becomes a strong, indispensable metaphor of literature, and the study of food is an emerging trend. just how each and every flavor and ingredients have their own, are unique in their own way, but they blend to make a uniform whole that could be consumed by the people. Emotions are different and unique in such a way. And we find that food is strongly, or the food culture is strongly influenced by external factors and thereby signifying each one. And gastronomic theory and food can stand for socio-cultural marker, physical needs and environment, and it can also influence character and behavior, moods and emotions also. It is a concomitant of various literary theories. Food theory is a concomitant of various literary theories from anthropology, culture studies, you could come into humanities, psychology, and so on. And thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was such an insightful paper and a very unique topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Banerjee, Dr. Arun Kumar Singh, our very first presenters in the session.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. So I would now call upon Dr. Arun Kumar Singh. We missed you in the beginning, sir. He belongs to the Government College, Badpali District, Korba, Chhattisgarh. I call upon him to present his paper. Dr. Arun Kumar Singh. Dr. Arun Kumar Singh.
Yes, Dr. Arun Kumar Singh is speaking.
Okay, sir. Please kindly switch on your video also, sir, for the presentation.
1 minute, ma'am. Yes, I am
sir.
Dr. Arun Kumar Singh.
Yes, sir. Kindly proceed. You are audible and visible as well.
Yeah, my topic is the heroes of Graham Greene's trilogy, a blend of vice and virtue. I have discussed about his 3 novels, Brighton Rock, The Graham and the Green, in The Power and the Glory, and The Heart of the Matter. Since I have been allotted very few time, so I'd like to discuss his most important novel, The Power and the Glory. The Power and the Glory is a religious novel. The hero of this novel is a priest who goes without any name in the novel, and there is one person, lieutenant. He also goes without any name in the novel, and the priest who is the protagonist, he is a religious man, but he suffers from the odious habit of drinking. He drinks a lot. He is a religious man. Still, he has illicit relations with several women. He is a religious man, but he has an illegitimate child. So Graham Greene says, evil runs like malaria in his veins and blood. And he lives in Mexico. In Mexico, a new government has come into power, and he has banned religion. He has converted churches into schools or military establishments, and religion has been banned. You cannot practice any sort of Catholic religion in Mexico. Most of the priests have been compelled to repudiate religion, or they have been compelled to bid farewell to Mexico. Somehow, this priest, he is known as the whiskey priest, he remains in Mexico. He goes after from one place to another. He lives his own life, and the police is searching him. He is being hunted by the police. At one time in the novel, he is arrested by the police and he is taken to the police station. But he is not recognized as the priest, and the police lets him off. When someone is going to die, some other person contacts the priest. He goes to him and requests him, please come to the dying person. He wants to confess before you. He goes to the person. He hears his confession and he gives him salvation. So all these things he does secretly. He knows that if I am captured by the police, being a priest, the police will kill me. Next time, he is going to save an American criminal. Someone goes to him and tells that the American criminal is on the verge of death. He will die very soon. So please go and save him. Hear his confession. The priest goes to the American criminal, and just at that time, the lieutenant comes to him. The lieutenant is the symbol of brute authority. He does not believe in religion. He does not believe in God. He does not believe in the Garden of Eden. He goes to the American criminal and he finds the whiskey priest trying to hear the confession of the American criminal. The whiskey priest is arrested by the police. He is being taken to the police station. The priest finds his own photograph on one of the walls of the police station, and he finds the photograph of the American criminal too. Graham Greene suggests that Jesus Christ, the whiskey priest stands for Jesus Christ, the purity and sanctity of religion. And the American criminal stands for betrayal. He stands for deceit. He does not believe in the morality, the sanctions of religion. So he contrasts two persons. And now he is being recognized by the police. The lieutenant knows that this is the priest who practices religion in Mexico, and he is done to death by the firing squad. And when the priest is killed, people from different walks of life come to that place and they collect the clothes of the priest. They know that these are the memories of the religious person, priest, and they keep the clothes as religious things. And another incident also happens when the whiskey priest is being killed. Just at that time, another priest steps in to keep the torch of religion burning. It means Graham Greene gives the message: you can suppress a religion, you can suppress a priest, but you cannot kill him. You cannot destroy him. Just at this time, I remember the lines of Hemingway in his novel, The Old Man and the Sea. The old man dies at the end of the novel, and Hemingway comments, an old man can die, but his spirit never dies. He can be killed, but he cannot be destroyed. Similar things happen with the priest. He is killed, but religion is not destroyed. The sanctity of religion is not destroyed. Religion will remain forever. It will go forever. And any secular authority or any symbol of power cannot kill the symbol of glory. So the title of the novel is The Power and the Glory. The government stands for the power, brute power, and religion stands for glory. So when we analyze the character of the whiskey priest, we come to know that he is the symbol of vice and virtue. He is the symbol of good and evil. He is the symbol of salvation and damnation. So now I conclude my speech. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this beautiful analysis of the novel. We now move on to our next presenter in the list, Madam Aarti Joshi K, St. Anne's Arts College of Arts and Science, Vilupuram. Madam, are you there? Aarti, madam? So we'll move on to our next presenter, V. Kausalya, ma'am, Shri Sharda College for Women, Salem. Kausalya, ma'am.
I think she too is not there, ma'am.
Okay, then we move on to our next presenter, Mary E. Rosary, ma'am, Wells University, Pallavaram.
Yeah, ma'am, here.
Okay. Kindly switch on your video also, ma'am, and proceed.
Okay. Yes. Hello.
Yes, you're audible and visible. Please proceed, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosary Mary, and I'm a PhD scholar from Wales University. I've worked on the topic problematizing utopian space in dystopian literature. I will begin my presentation by first defining utopia and dystopia. I will then move on to the main objective of my presentation, which is to reveal how utopia is approached by mankind conceptually and how self-proclaimed utopian societies lead straight to dystopia. To prove my argument, I will look into the ways in which utopia is portrayed in dystopian fiction through the replacement of individuality with collectivism and through forced acceptance of dictatorship. The novel I've chosen for study is George Orwell's 1984. The Oxford Dictionary defines utopia as an imaginary place or state in which everything is perfect, and dystopia as an imaginary place or condition in which everything is as bad as possible. The etymology of the word dystopia reveals that the word signifies an anti-utopia or a state of revolt against utopia. Given that the word dystopia has its roots in Greek, it could also simply mean a bad place. Utopia, on the other hand, given that its roots are in Greek, simply means that it is a no place. So the word utopia literally signifies that there is no place that is perfect, at least not in this world. And if utopia is no place, then man's attempt at a utopian society is going to be futile. In self-proclaimed utopian societies, utopia is sold to the masses through two ways: through propaganda of corrupt ideologies, which Althusser has called ideological state apparatus, and the same being implemented through brute force, repressive state apparatus. The government has to ensure the distortion of reality and of moral truth for lies to be forced upon society. So in a utopian society, factual and moral integrity means nothing because lies are more convenient for the effective functioning of the government. Without morals, society will turn into hell. This we can see in 1984, where the very motto of the party is war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. These declarations reveal the corrupt party's desire to weaken the individual's free will, inner strength, and independence. In 1984, a certain instance proves how factual integrity means nothing. The sheer wickedness of forcing Winston to say 2 + 2 = 5 is not that he is forced to do bad math. It's that when something seems wrong to Winston, he is required to pretend it does not seem wrong, even to himself in the privacy of his own mind. He must ignore his own faculties of reason in order to succumb to the party. By forcing Winston to give up reason, his interrogator is able to manipulate Winston's sense of morality. That is, until Winston, who rebelled against the system, becomes a part of Big Brother. As O'Brien points out to Winston as he tortures him, we control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. End quote. Controlling the mind by distorting reality through propaganda and force seems to be the way in which utopian societies are established. The novel ends with a chilling line from the omniscient narrator, "He loved Big Brother," end quote, which signifies that he has given up his free will and is now puppet of the party. Utopia in society is predictably always characterized by repression on an individual and societal level. A panopticonian surveillance can be observed in all self-proclaimed utopian societies. A panopticon is a circular prison with cells arranged around a central wall from which prisoners could at all times be observed. Jeremy Bentham first put forward the physical drawing of panopticon, and Foucault took this forward and said that panopticon puts the inmates in a state of conscious visibility. Now, this constant conscious visibility induces fear of punishment. This is seen in almost all dystopian novels in utopian societies. For example, in Hunger Games, where the Pan Am government has cameras installed everywhere. It monitors every word spoken and every action, much like Big Brother from 1984. One misstep and punishment will follow. People in self-proclaimed utopias live in constant fear. Extreme panopticonian surveillance by the state causes the complete lack of freedom in the individual. Psychologically, no freedom to express oneself leads to repression of thoughts, feelings, and actions. Repression subsequently leads to violence in behavior. Collective repression leads to rebellion against the state. This is why dystopian fiction is characterized by violence and chaos. So the more the state has a collectivist approach towards peacemaking, the more dystopian it becomes. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who lived and wrote in Soviet Russia post-1917, saw how poorly his fellow citizens were treated by Stalin in Soviet prison camps. He spent almost a decade in prison for criticizing Stalin's policies. He wrote a very famous book for which he won the Nobel Prize called The Gulag Archipelago, where he documents the agony caused by the movement. So in a Bolshevik prison in 1940, Solzhenitsyn observed, I quote, "It is impossible to expel evil from the world in its entirety, but it is possible to constrict it within each person." Here, living in a period that can evidently be called a real-life dystopia, Solzhenitsyn realizes that the fight against evil must begin in one's heart and not thrust upon society by a dictator. The good fight is fought primarily by the individual as an individual, not by mass governmental control and totalitarianism. Solzhenitsyn seems to say that utopian reformation is unachievable, dangerous, and destructive on a societal level, but completely possible on a personal level. In conclusion, dystopian literature is about the collective trauma caused by an attempt at utopia. It is a grim picture on how self-proclaimed utopia societies work. Dystopian writing is a microcosmic portrayal of the consequences of corruption. However, it should be taken as an education on the wrong choices in the microcosm of man's heart. After all, everyone's choices have a ripple effect on the society. The more the good choices, the more society progresses forward. Dystopian fiction then encourages the conscious reader to look inward, to exercise their free will in the right way, to value individuality because it peacefully contributes more to society than a painful collectivist approach ever could. The reader can hope to understand what utopia means for him as an individual at a psychological level, but not collectively for the whole state. That would be dangerous. After all, ideals are much easier to maneuver in one's own heart and mind. When thrust upon society by an authoritarian government as propaganda, it causes monumental destruction, simply because what is utopian for a handful is highly dystopian for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the comprehensive analysis. It was very interesting to listen to you.
Thank you.
Okay, I now call upon our next presenter, Vidya S. from Kanchi Mahunivar Government Institute, Law Spet.
Good afternoon. I'm Vidya, PhD scholar. The title of my paper is Maternal Bond.
Okay. Ma'am, kindly switch on your video also.
Yes, ma'am, I switched on.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please proceed.
The title of my paper is Maternal Bond, a self-scrutiny on emotional neglect in Shiva Shankari's mother. Domestic violence has many forms, and it not only emphasizes on married women, but also on children. It generates a huge and a long-term adverse effect on a child. One of the type of domestic violence, emotional violence, is a major theme of the story. The relationship between a mother and a daughter is absolute, but in the story, a daughter lacks such unconditional love. The story revolves around two central characters, Malini and her daughter Indu. Throughout the story, in many occurrences, Indu gets disappointed due to the lack of love of her parents. The paper aims to reconnect the daughter's longing of love and affection towards her mother. The author eventually leaves a durable message that love is the prime factor and the material things are secondary. A working woman's struggle is well represented, and through various incidents, the domestic violence on the child is exposed. Emotional neglect causes psychological problems in the lives of children. At the close of the story, the mother comprehends the pain of her daughter and eventually fulfills all her need. The story mother, the main protagonist of the story is Indu, the only daughter to her parents Sundar and Malini. When Indu informs her mother about forthcoming sports day, she was preparing notes for a client. As Indu's father is far away from India, it was not possible for him to come. As a busy mother, she could not spend time mostly with her daughter. She asked her to be free out to play with others. As an office-going mother, she has to concentrate only on the official works. Thus, as a only child, Indu is longing for her mother's love. Her mother consoled and promised her to take her out on Sunday. Once Malini was preparing to attend the Rotary Club Women of India meeting, Indu was interested to come with her, but she refused and informed that it was just a meeting for the grown-ups, so she could not keep her promise. She asked her maid servant Uma to take her to the beach. As a daughter, she loves her mother much and wants to sit on her lap, but she said that the sari would spring. The mother asked and gave the instruction to the maid servant, and she kissed her and left. When she returned from the meeting, the daughter asked the mother to give many kisses. Again, she was seeking permission to sit on her lap. Further, she also asked that if her dress would be spoiled. Malini hugged and kissed her. The child narrated the story about a boy Jack. While narrating the story, Indu said that her mother was very beautiful. Meanwhile, she was informed that Uma about the phone call from a client. Thus, the story was not completed, and because she went to attend the phone call, the daughter was again disappointed. Once Malini's friend Raji came to Malini's house with the daughter Anuradha, Malini and her husband working in the office. At the same time, they could do so well the household works. It was surprising to Malini. Indu and Anuradha started to play. Anuradha admired the playthings of Indu, which were brought by her father from London. Further, Anuradha talked about her mother, who was always coming with her to the beach, hotel, and some other places. Then Indu asked Anuradha whether her mother was always with Anuradha. Anuradha replied in the affirmative. Later, Indu was not feeling good for 1 week. She was looking different. She couldn't take food properly. So the family doctor came and checked her. The doctor had given the treatment to Malini at the time of labor pain, and he said that he had taken Indu from her mother's womb. Indu asked the daughter to make her small and put her in her mother's womb innocently once again. Malini shed tears, and she allowed her daughter to sit on her lap, even though the sari would get smudged. Indu was surprised and kissed her mother. So thus, the realization of love and affection between the daughter pops out after this incident. The story strongly leaves a message that money is secondary and love is primary. In the modern world, parents are working, but it is necessary for them to look after their children. If the children are not properly cared, the emotional neglect inside them would develop, which leads them to the psychological problem. And this psychological problem would never create a healthy citizen in the society. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a nice paper. I now call upon our next presenter, Afreen Khan A.
Ma'am, she is also not there. She will not be presenting.
Okay, sir. So we move on to our next presenter, R. Serabin Vetri, Ramaswamy Naidu Memorial College, Sattur.
Ma'am, at this juncture, I would like to inform my co-coordinator Geetanjali to take over the session, as I'll be moving to the other session 2 to chair the French session.
Okay, sir.
Geetanjali, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Can you take over, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so Geetanjali ma'am, I'm proceeding with the rest of the presenters. It's all right?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, so I now would like to invite R. Serabin Vetri from Ramaswamy Naidu Memorial College, Sattur. Are you there? Okay, so we will move on to our next presenter, B. Bharti ma'am, SRMIST, Ramapuram, Chennai. B. Bharati.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. She's in another session for to coordinate, so we can proceed with another participant, ma'am.
Okay, then M. Harish Babu sir. Is he there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so kindly proceed with your paper. And please switch on your video.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the paper, ma'am. And my title of the paper is Communication Skill Development in Manufacturing Industries of Kanchipuram, Chennai, and Chengalpattu district. These are all the districts in Tamil Nadu. And my abstract of this paper is, about in India, so much of manufacturing industries are there. But in order to make more profit, they are failed to give some sort of communication skills training. They are mostly concentrate on the training of on the manufacturing and the production process. But in order to make the success of the company, they have to give some sort of training for the communication skills. And as far as that, I have taken the reference from NSTC, which is a National Standard Classification of Occupation, and also from TNSTC, that is for in Tamil Nadu. They have listed some of the skills gaps in which are in the manufacturing industries. According to that, two major problems are there, ma'am. First one is communication and in the management process. So two lacking processes are there. In order to make, in order to develop communication skills, what are the things we can give? I can make some sort of, first I'll give you the context, why we need to give some exercise or any training for communication skills, and what are all the importance of communication skills. And in order to develop communication skills, what sort of trainings we can give. And I have went directly to some manufacturing industries just to collect the data from them, and I have noticed some of the lacking problems, man. And I started from in the maintenance department, and there are some sort of requirement of communication skills in all the things for writing as well as in speaking and listening process. And then in production and designing and quality and sales, in all the departments there are some sort of requirement for all the LSRW skills, but somehow they have failed in that. And I could recommend that some of the what are the skills gaps which I have identified. Lack of adequate knowledge in what international destinations, and lack of problem solving attitudes, and negotiation and communication skills also the one sort of communication skills gap, and lack of awareness, and lack of standardization and accreditation, and lack of access to technology, and no focus on non-technical skills. The last point is very much important, ma'am, because they are concentrate on the technical skills. how to operate the a machine, and how to doing the process of the machine. But the problem is, if it is any employee is inadequate or lacking to communicate with the people, with the other employee, that is a very much problem in manufacturing companies particularly. And I have listed some of the solutions and suggestions, the recommendations, how to overcome these communication skills problems. And it could be so recommended that if you're uh, designing any course material, even for the employee or the manager, or like intermediate managers like supervisors and team leaders, it could be more easy to communicate with all the people, because we have lots of communication process which is going to be happen in the very nearby. I mean, whatever the in the manufacturing companies. So first of all, the training programs, and in their training programs, we could just put some communication skills, so that could be easily understand. And one employee has to communicate with all the employees, and that is what horizontal communication, and the upward communication is also there. So only 5 things I need to mention. The training skills for trainings for all the employees, and apart from that, the course should be designed. What are the things we can give for them? And that's it, ma'am, as far as my conclusion part.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
We now move on to our next presenter, J. Priyanka, Kanchima Munivar Government Institute, Puducherry. J. Priyanka, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Hello, ma'am, whether it is audible?
Yes, you are audible and visible as well. Kindly proceed, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Myself, J. Priyanka, PhD Research Scholar from PG Center, Puducherry. So my topic is ecological interpretations in the select poems of K.V. Dominic. So we all know how the relationship between the man and nature has been existing since the day of evolution of human species. So nature is provided with the essential elements for human survival. The basic needs of human are satisfied by the environment. So in that basis, my paper highlights the ecocritical aspects in the poems of Dr. K.V. Dominic, who is a distinguished Indian English poet, a critic, and a short story writer from Kerala. So most of his poetry deals with the themes like women, children, nature, so and other fringes of the society. So through his verses, the deep emotions about Mother Nature are wonderfully verbalized, so that make the readers to understand the spiritual realm and sensitizing as to the nurturing powers of nature. So his poems are considered as the critical component for the contemporary global crisis in the modern world, and therefore make the readers to ignite their thoughts of preserving the format for nature for the survival of mankind. Yes, the materialistic desire of the people makes them to see the natural resources as immeasurable. So they started to loot the resources at any cost. In order to quote the lines from K.V. Dominic, like sucking her blood, injecting venoms to her veins, even rape to her death. These are the lines that are abruptly showing the current scenario in destructing the world. So the greedy thoughts of man-made made him to forget that nature is playing the major role in his survival. So instead, he destroys the resources given by a god in the form of nature. So I just want to quote some lines from a poem named "No Balm Can Cure Nature's Wound." So in that, how nature speaks is highlighted by the poet. Natural dense, I quote, natural dense forests are swept away to create concrete buildings and townships. How can there be any repair? No bomb can cure nature's wounds, I unquote. So the present globalization effect is explored in another poem too, a poem named An Airport Made of Tears. So here, the poet represents a famous place named Arnamulla, Hindu heritage village in the southern part of Kerala. So this place is internationally known for a Pathasarthi temple. So how it is known for snake boats and boat race, and it also mirrors the holy river named Pamba. So then this place is proposed for dream project in order to build a new international airport. So by the private construction group. So this place is already filled with nature's bounty, where 80% of the paddy fields are cultivated, but the inhuman millionaires in the name of their selfish discontent wants to travel within 2 hours. So and they propose this project to the government. So this results in immeasurable destruction to the ecosystem. So I just want to quote the lines. I quote: "Destroyed hundreds of species of fish, snakes, amphibians, valuable plants, and microorganisms, fled thousands of birds, both air and water." I end quote. So in another poem by Dominic named "I Can Hear the Groan of Mother Earth," this poem also displays the grave realities that has been taking place in the current world. So how the anthropocentric views or how the anthropocentric world are dominating the nature or explored beautifully in this poem. So the techno-cultured world distracts all the resources from our earth by draining all the rivers, brooks from her vein. So the poet laments for this inestimable loss of ecology, where the species of Mother Earth are starving to death. So these are the points that have been highlighted in many poems. So finally, I just want to conclude that this poet, K.V. Dominic, is a yes. So he's a gem, and his contribution to English literature has been acclaimed worldwide. So he also, his poems resembling some of the major poets like Wordsworth, Coleridge, Shelley, Keats, Tennyson, Robert. So his verses are resembling the neoclassical writers too. So through his poems, he highlights or displays the current scenario of the contemporary crisis, ecological crisis that is going on, and he also provokes the feelings of the readers to preserve natural resources for our human survival. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We had hurried on with our presenters in the beginning, thinking that we would be running short of time. But now that many presenters have not turned up at all, we have ample time left, and I now call upon our Sanghavi, MMES Women's Arts and Science College, Ranipet, to present her paper. Our Sanghavi, madam.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am.
Okay. So kindly proceed with your paper, ma'am. And before you proceed, I would like, I would just request all the presenters and all the other participants in this session, if you have any queries or questions from the paper readers, you can please leave them in the chat box for them to go through. And we can have a 10 or 15-minute question answer session after the presentation of Sanghavi ma'am. And if there are other presenters who have not been able to read their papers, who were not there when their names were being called out, if they are here, then kindly coordinate and be ready to present your papers. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am, you may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Sanghavi, Assistant Professor in MMES College, Melvisharam, Ranipet District. I choose an African American literature. My paper titled "The Theme of Female Solidarity" in Alice Walker's The Color Purple, Meridian, The Temple of My Familiar. Alice Walker is a Black female writer in African America. African American literature depicts the humiliation, exploitation, and marginalization in the lives of the Blacks in general. Alice Walker not only talks about the Black woman's sufferings, but at the same time, she provides the paths for them to follow in order to survive in the racial and male-dominated African American society. My present paper particularly investigates into 3 novels: The Color Purple, Meridian, and The Temple of My Familiar. The novel not only attacks on the age-old norms of racism as well as male patriarchy, but at the same time They provide the solution in the form of female solidarity. She says female solidarity is the only way, according to Alice Walker, for Black woman survival. African American literature talks about the painful sufferings of the Blacks on the account of racism and oppression. The situation of Black women is very worse. They face triple oppression like race, class, gender. Black women become more vulnerable due to the male patriarchy and its horrible effects upon their lives, which completely marginalize their existence. The Black women writers like Toni Morrison, Zora Neale Hurston, and Glory Naylor and Alice Walker discuss the sorrowful fate of the Blacks in general. I'm pointing out my first novel, The Color Purple. It is written by Alice Walker in 1982. Here, Silly is the important female protagonist as affinity with her sister Nettie. The story of the novel centers around Silly and her relationship with the other females in the novel with whom she comes into contact. Alice Walker shows the ugliest form of male patriarchy in the African American society where the daughter is raped and humiliated by a stepfather. Silly is helpless. Later, she is forcefully married with the old man, Albert, who, like a stepfather, exploits her. In such a situation, also, Silly thinks for her younger sister, Nettie, and advises her to leave the home in order to save her from the evil clutches of her stepfather and Albert. Her Silly sisterly feelings are observed. The relationship between Silly and Nettie is one of sisterly love relationships. They communicate with each other through letters. Though Nettie goes away from Silly's life, she misses Silly every time. As Silly's life, she misses Silly every time as she writes to Silly, "But I miss you so much. Please write to me soon as you have a chance. Every day I think about you. Every minute I love you with all my heart." These lines we can see in Alice Walker, The Color Purple, page number 115. The Silly's relationship with Sophia and Shug is also very important regarding the theme of female solidarity as well as female individuality. Sophia is a woman portrayed by Walker who stands for female solidarity and female individuality. She does not want to live life under the dominance of her husband or Poe. She wants freedom, and in Orpo's company, it is impossible for her to achieve. Therefore, she takes a brave decision to leave Orpo. Even she does not hesitate to protest against the white mayor who slaps her when Sophia rejects his offer of being his maid. Sophia is not like Silly, who remains silent. The novel The Sophia inspires Silly towards self-realization. She is a woman who unburdens the sorrows and sufferings of Silly, who became the victim of male patriarchy in the novel. When she comes to know that Silly's husband, Mr. Albert, beats her, she says to Silly, "You ought to bash Mr. Albert. It open. Dash, think about Avon." This line is taken by The Color Purple, page number 40. Shug is also a woman like Sophia, a blues singer. Shug Avery is Albert's mistress. Her role in the novel is very significant. Because of her relationship with Silly, once she makes a song and gives it Silly's name, it makes Silly very happy. As one of her letters, Silly mentions saying, "Silly, Miss Silly, and I look up where she at. She say my name." Again, she say this song I am about to sing is called Miss Silly's song. First time somebody made something and named it after me. This lines is taken from The Color Purple, page number 17. Later, Sophia and Shug, Silly becomes confident and ready to defy the domination of her husband, Albert. Shug helps Silly to find out her identity as a woman. It is Shug who teaches Silly about her body. With the understanding of her own body, Silly's self-realization takes place. Gradually, Silly becomes aggressive and ready to resist the male domination of her husband, Albert. Silly changes her habit of serving in the profession, which is the most symbolic thing, showing her attempt for identity and formation. She engages herself with the saving business and tries to develop a position in the society. She sues pants with Sophia. Also, the attempt is to become independent in the patriarchal setup of the society. At the end of the novel, Silly is seen very happy and independent with all her close ones, Sophia, Niti, and Shug. All this happened only because of the mutual coordination that the women showed for each other. So the color purple advocates the ideology of female solidarity for Black women's survival. And I proceed on to the Meridian. This is a novel written by Alice Walker in the year 1976. Like the color purple, Walker's Meridian 1976 is to handle the theme of solidarity. The protagonist, the Meridian's life journey is one of sufferings and isolation. Seeing her mother, Mrs. Ill, suffering, Meridian feels guilty and thinks that she would not have born to her ear. At this stage, only one understands the presence of the theme of solidarity in the novel. Meridian, a victim of sexism, and does not want to live like a ordinary African American woman. She thinks beyond the set stereotypes of ideal images of daughter, mother, and wife. She wants to overcome the race, gender, and oppression. She is seen as a woman who thinks for other women. While pursuing her further education, she meets a girl, namely Wild Child. She is a town girl who is neglected at the campus and treats her like a mother. Here it is worthwhile to mention that Meridian, a woman who abandons her own baby child, as well as her husband, feels later to a girl, Wild Child, an outcast in the society, which is contradictory. But the minute study of the novel makes it clear that Meridian lives in order to find her ultimate goal. She does not want to limit her role just as a mother of one child and an ideal wife of a husband, being helpful to Wild Child. Meridian becomes a universal figure who struggles hard for the betterment of the downtrodden people. Meridian actually wants to help her. As the narrator writes, with bits of cake and colored beads and unblemished cigarettes, she tempted Wild Child and finally captured her. She thought her into the campus with a catgut string around her arm. This is the lines taken from the Alice Walker's novel Meridian, page number 25. Though Wild Child is not seen as a normal girl like others, Meridian wants to help her in her difficulties because she was pregnant. She is Meridian's. This is Meridian's sisterly love is highlighted here in the novel. While participating in the civil rights movement, she gets familiar with Truman, a civil rights activist. Her love to shows her attempt to identity formation. Already she is in the emotions of loss as well as guilt, since she has abandoned not only her husband and Eddie, but also her child. Therefore, she tries to seek solace in Truman's company, but her attempt of identity formation fails on the account of racial violence in the community. Truman, though likes Meridian, starts dating a wild girl, Lynn. Here, Truman is also seen as a victim of age-old custom of racism, who prefers the white girl to settle down. He marries Lynn in order to create his image better than other Black men. So Meridian attempt to find a soulmate in Truman fails and she becomes frustrated. It makes her feel guilty of being Black as well as to search her own existence in the society at large. In this respect, Kashinath Ranveer rightly observes Meridian, a woman who feels guilty of being a Black woman, starts reclaiming the Black woman's history and tries to associate herself with that positive and inspiring history of Black women. This is the lines taken in the novel 85. Because of Lynn, Meridian and Truman's relationship was destroyed, but still Meridian does not keep any hatred towards her. Instead, when Lynn is in trouble, she is always there to help Lynn. Miss Winter, one of minor character in the novel, stands for female solidarity, who shows her kindness to Meridian when Meridian is in trouble. As a narrator writes, she acts as the surrogate mother Meridian needs in order to recover from the various traumas she has experienced, including her abortion. And it is taken from the novel 85, page number. Meridian attempts to take care of the girl, Wild Child. Her genuine involvement in Lynn, the white girl in a trouble, or the examples which show female solidarity in the novel. It shows how Walker's women struggle for each other. Development. Seema Murugan rightly asks about it. For Walker, the Black American woman is a universal symbol representing hope and resurrection. Through a female character, she advocates the importance of bonds between women who contend with negative social mechanism. In fact, she speaks the female experience more powerfully for being able to pursue it across boundaries of race and gender. It is taken from the novel, page 107. Next, I'm proceed on my last novel, The Temple of My Familiar. It is written by Alice Walker in the year 1989. The racism is conveyed to Miss Liz's monologue. For centuries, Black women have been called the mule of the world and slave of a slave, and they had the position of the wretch on the earth. Black women wanted to reclaim their humanity and womanhood. Linda Brent says slavery is terrible for men, but it is far more terrible for women. Super added to the burden common to all, they have wrongs and sufferings and mortification, particularly their own. The word Black refers to the race, and feminist means the one who understands that the patriarchal hegemony is the factor of exploitation of women. The distinctive voice in Walker's novel is the voice of a woman immersed in a blackness. Racism and slave trade is an aspect which is portrayed by her in the novel. The African women were humbled to the life of restriction regarding their race and sex. The Blacks as group was relegated to an underclass by the virtue of their race. They were confronted by all sides of racial and sexual discrimination and had so many societal restrictions. Lizzie tells us that she, along with other slaves, were dragged to a ship at the plank tattle upon to the deck, their last remaining garment, the strip of cotton around the heads, and they were forced onto the ship, back and naked. It is important to give voice to the Black woman, and the exploitation of them must come to an end. Oppression of men over women. Walker places women in traditionally male role, and a good is to provide stories with role models who will help women transcend the gender stereotyping inherent in patriarchal culture. Walker describes the history of women since the days when human civilization began, and she explains how the society, which was based on the egalitarian principles, was transformed into a society of male dominance. And according to this view, she projects in The Temple of My Familiar her own vision of harmonious and healthy body and expansive soul, in which it makes her as a leader of the Black race. Women were denied room and they were made to work on the fields. They were continually abused physically and mentally. They would not have been able to tolerate the torturous lives. And Alice Walker's novels, The Color Purple, Meridian, and The Temple of My Familiar stand for female solidarity and individuality, which provide a new way for women to follow. The novels speak for Walker's ideology of female solidarity and the need for mutual understanding between women to stand against any difficulties, oppression, and sufferings. Silly, Nettie, Sophia, Shuck, and Swick in The Color Purple, and also The Color Purple has also made The Temple of My Familiar with a stress upon racism, slavery, and oppression. The novel, The Temple of My Familiar, considered as a sequel to the novel, The Color Purple. So Alice Walker's three novels represent the themes of female solidarity and female individuality. Thank you, ma'am. I end my session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now call upon any presenters who are left and who would like to present their papers. Anybody who was not there when their names were being called out, but who are there now? Anybody? Is there anyone?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes. Yes, sir.
If nobody is there, I would like to show just 2 slides because that conclusion I couldn't do well because of internet problem. My name is Kalyan.
Yes, sir. Kindly proceed, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, actually, so there was an interruption when I was talking about this, and the teacher has to make learning visible. And I was mentioning that the formative assessment has to be not to be
You
rigid.
are Kalyana Sundaram, sir, no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah,
Please proceed.
the formative assessment is not to be rigid. The teacher has to be flexible, and he should not go with the intention of asking a particular question. This is one small example to make learning visible. Reported speech. I understand the lesson. That one student will be telling, he said that he understood the lesson. Then the teacher has to change and maneuver and put the verbs understand, do not understand, did not understand, have understood, and experiment with the students. And he has to see the outcome, and then he should take lead and make the learning happen. This is just one small example, and I have written in paper a few more examples also. And then comes the next slide here. The teacher has to be very careful, otherwise the course of learning will change, and probably the teacher will not reach the objective and will not be able to touch the higher order thinking skills also. And then formative assessment, it complements summative assessment. This thing I covered, and summative assessment should not be looked at as a separate entity. And the final scores do not judge the proficiency of the language, and summative assessments are also important for measuring certain key aspects of learning. And in conclusion, the ultimate aim of VLT is to improve teaching and learning experience for all. Different types of assessment have a variety of benefits depending on the type chosen by the teacher. Assessment is used to test students' abilities and progress, as well as aid in their teaching process. Assessment has to be given importance considering the learning aspect of the classroom. As I mentioned earlier in one of the slides, and in modern classes, assessments are conducted only to grade the students and then provide them the grades to the parents and satisfy them, which should not be the case. Institutions will have to look at the positive side of learning instead of fulfilling their commercial needs alone. We need to give credit to teachers who work on improving their assessment skills in classrooms, which is not happening because they are not looked into what they do in the classrooms. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, sir. I think now you have concluded properly. You're happy?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. So I would now request the coordinator from SRM University to kindly wind up this session, because the valedictory session is about to proceed.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. I am happy that I'm going to express my heartfelt thanks to our chairperson, Dr. Indrani Banerjee, and I would like to thank all the participants who have presented their paper here. Finally, I would like to thank Dr. Balakrishnan and Dr. Savita ma'am for your support, and I would like to thank the organizing team, teachers, and other staff members. Thank you so much once again, ma'am. And kindly join the valedictory function.
Geeta ma'am, Dr. Indra Banerjee.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank your sincere efforts to give some deliberation on the presentations. And we have here with us the valedictory session. It will be starting very soon. Ma'am, please stay with us, ma'am, Indra ma'am.
Yeah, of course.
And the chief guest has also joined, it seems. So very soon, in few minutes, we'll be starting the valedictory session, and it is in the same link. So the participants are requested to stay back in the same link without leaving the session.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presence is very valuable to this.
Thank you. It was a pleasure on my side.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I thank Bala sir.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Geetanjali, please be here. I have asked Rema ma'am and Savita ma'am to join, and we will have the valedictory session.
Okay, ma'am.
Ritushri ma'am, Dr. Ritushri.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
I think it is too early for you there in USA.
Yeah, it's sort of
I'm sorry for the trouble we are giving you, but we are very happy to have you here, ma'am.
No, of course. It's always a privilege to be a part of something so beautiful. And my relationship with Bodhi and especially Dr. Bala goes a very long way. Since I was in South India, like I was working in Bangalore, it goes a very long way. So it's a very
Thank you
emotional
so
moment
much,
for me.
ma'am. Thank you, and we'll be starting very soon, ma'am. Please stay with us.
Yeah. Sure. No problem.
Rema ma'am. Savita ma'am. Afran, please check whether Rema ma'am and Savita ma'am are here.
Yes,
so that we can begin.
Is Savita ma'am is here? Rema ma'am is also here.
I could see them, but I think they are not able to hear.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Ritu ma'am, will you be sharing screen, ma'am? Dear participants, as of now, there is no feedback. Feedback form will be shared to your mails. This is the information given. So you need not worry about the feedback link and you will be receiving your certificates on time. A small announcement to the participants who are gathered over here. Bodhi feels happy to announce the international conference which is to be held in the month of February 23rd, 23. The conference dates are 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25, and 26. The topic for the conference, the title of the conference is Emerging Trends in Humanities, Arts and Sciences 2023. And the registration details, everything will be available in the website of Bodhi International Journal. The participants can have a look at it and you can forward it to your academic circle. So on behalf of Bodhi, I would like to just pass on this information to you all. Thank you so much.
Savita?
Yes, ma'am.
Savita, I got a message once again. So it looks
Okay.
like it will take time because it's a meeting with the management. So
Okay, ma'am.
We can tell Dr. Balakrishnan and Kaviyarasu sir and we can go ahead.
Okay, ma'am.
Shall we go ahead then, ma'am?
Yeah, we have to go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, we were waiting for you and he was telling that once you say, we will begin. Shall we begin?
Yeah, sure. We can begin.
Yes, ma'am. Ritu, ma'am, are you ready, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Kaviyarasu, whether has he joined?
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Please, whether Kaviyarasu sir has joined, please check.
I'll check. We check with Balakrishnan sir, ma'am.
Start பண்ணலாம் நாகமணி. Hello.
We can start now.
We can start now.
Yes. It is said, take pride in how far you have come, have faith in how far you can go, but do not forget to enjoy the journey. Having completed an ardent expedition on the emerging trends of language, literature, and linguistics, and having pleased ourselves with so much of knowledge sharing through the papers presented, we have now come to the valedictory session. I now request our head of the department to deliver the welcome address for the valediction ceremony.
Thank you, Dr. Nagamani. All's well that ends well. Good evening to the wonderful audience at this valedictory session of the Bodhi International Online Conference on Emerging Trends in Language, Literature, and Linguistics, organized by the Department of English and Other Foreign Languages in collaboration with Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Art, and Science. As I stand before you once again, I feel overwhelmed and at the same time humbled by the success of this one-day conference. Every one of you has contributed towards this. A million thanks to all of you. As we move to the final session of our conference today, I feel honored to invite and welcome the chief guest of the valedictory session, Dr. Ritushri Sengupta, Fulbright Research Fellow, Indiana University, Bloomington, United States of America. Despite the time zone constraint, she has consented to join us today and share her thoughts with this august audience and present the valedictory address. Thank you, Dr. Sengupta, and hearty welcome to you. Though our Dean and Vice Principal Academic are unable to join us because of a meeting they have with our management, they have sent in their best wishes and congratulatory message to be conveyed to all of you. I also extend my hearty welcome to Dr. K. Kaviyarasu, Organizing Secretary of this conference and Editor, Root Journal, and Associate Professor of English, Vivekananda College, Agastishwaram, Kanyakumari. His dynamic inputs have helped the conference take shape fruitfully. So hearty welcome, sir. Welcome once again to Dr. Balakrishnan and his dynamic team, which planned all aspects meticulously from day one of the conception of this conference. I also welcome all the guests who had adorned the sessions as chairpersons and session chairs and helped us in the smooth conduct of the parallel session. Welcome to the participants, my dear department friends, and all members on this online session who have honored us by their presence at the valedictory session. Welcome you all once again and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your heartfelt welcoming note. I now request my colleague and organizer, Dr. Savita, to give the overview of the conference proceedings.
Thank you, Dr. Nagamani. Good afternoon to the August gathering. The one-day international virtual conference on the emerging trends in language, literature, and linguistics on the 12th of November 2022, organized by SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram campus, and Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science, brought together more than 80 participants from various academic colleges across the globe. The main objective of this conference is to create a platform for the exchange of knowledge and best practices in the areas of language, literature, and linguistics, and also to strengthen the relations with other institutions and develop ideas for new activities to be carried out in the framework of teaching and learning process. The event started with the invocation of Tamilthai Valthu and the lighting of Kuthuvilakku. Dr. Rama, head of the Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, and convener, delivered the welcome note and presented the theme of the conference in a lucid manner. This is followed by the felicitation by the Vice Principal Academic and Presidential Address by the Dean, Engineering and Technology. The inaugural address was given by Dr. Mustabshira Siddiqui, Assistant Professor, Department of English Language and Literature, Taiba University, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. She presented new things from the flash fiction, briefed on racial, cultural, and caste marginalization, and also touched in the areas of gender equality, mental health, and science fiction in a very interesting way by quoting some of the work in these areas. The vote of thanks was given by the conference organizing secretary. Next was the keynote session. We had two keynote talks. The first speaker was Dr. M. Mahendran Maniyam, Associate Professor, Department of English Languages, Faculty of Languages and Communication, Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia. He emphasized the issues in online language assessment and the challenges faced at 3 levels in education with respect to information technology, learners related and academic staff related challenges, and gave suggestions and solutions to address these issues. The second speaker of the session, Dr. B. J. Geeta, Associate Professor of English Studies, School of Social Sciences and Humanities, Central University of Tamil Nadu, in her keynote address, deliberated on eco-criticism and gender studies, with a special focus on some of the works from literature and the need for symbiotic balance and environmental justice that are to be practiced. After this, 3 paper presentation tracks were held, in which 85 papers were presented. Each session has chairpersons who were experts in the domain. Session 1 was chaired by Dr. Indra Banerjee, Assistant Professor of English, Yagoda Satsanga Mahavidyalaya, Ranchi University, Ranchi. Session 2 was chaired by Dr. Ranathan, Assistant Professor of English, Virudhunagar Hindu Nadars, Sendil Kumaran Nadar College, Virudhunagar. Session 3 was chaired by Dr. Vasantan, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, National College, Tiruchirappalli. And the French track was chaired by Dr. Walter Hugh Parker, Assistant Professor, Department of EFL, SRM IST, Ramapuram campus. The participants discussed the most recent innovations, trends, and concerns, as well as practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the fields of languages, literature, and linguistics, and had a good learning experience from this common forum. We received good feedback from our delegates. All their views and wishes will be a continual improvement in our future success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for a crisp briefing of the day's event. Let me now call upon Dr. Nagamani to introduce the chief guest for the valedictory session. Over to you, Nagamani ma'am.
Thank you, Afran. A valediction marks farewell, and we would like to bid farewell in a very special way with a valedictory address. Let me take the pleasure of introducing the chief guest, Dr. Ritu Sri Sengupta, Fulbright Research Fellow, Indiana University, Bloomington, from United States of America. Dr. Ritu Sri is an assistant professor of English in Patrasir Mahavidyalaya. She completed her MA from Vishwabharati, securing first rank in 2014. She was an exchange program student in Yunnan University, China, and had been awarded a fully funded research residency in London in 2018. At present, she has been granted a Fulbright Fellowship, and thus she is posted at Indiana University, Bloomington. She has published research papers in several national and international journals of repute, and we are delighted to have you here, ma'am, and we are very eager to listen to your valedictory address. Over to you, ma'am. Ritu, ma'am.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for such a warm welcome. Before continuing with my valedictory, I want to thank SRM and of course Bodhi for conducting such a wonderful seminar. And I want to say to all of you that it is not easy. It is never easy to organize an online conference. We think that it might be easier that way, but it's never, because the two institutions like the Department of English and Other Foreign Languages of SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and which is an academic institution, and Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science is a very prestigious journal, and they do have their own other commitments, academic as well as administrative. But the very act of collaboration proves the mettle of both the parties and how they have tried their best in order to bring so many people from so many academic institutions together on an online platform. And it is no easy matter to organize something like this, because a lot of coordination is at stake in this kind of situations. So I heartily congratulate all the faculty members of Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and of course the entire team of Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science. And of course, Dr. Balakrishnan is somebody I'm sure who is the pivot of this journey. I want to speak a few things on this, on the topic of emerging trends in language, literature, and linguistics, because I think a spectrum such as that requires a bit of mutual understanding between us all. I mean, we all know that the trends keep evolving. So where do we go? In the context of history, if we see, literature has evolved just like human beings. When the literary theories came into existence, as we all know, that was in the post-World War II era. And the question remains, why did literary theory had to come into existence? We already had literary criticism. We had Aristotle, we had Plato. Sorry, I mean, Plato was before Aristotle. We had Plato, we had Aristotle, we had Longinus, we had so many others. Then why was it important to look at literary theory from a certain point of view, or to look at literary texts through the purview or through the lens of literary theory? Why was it important? Because it was the call of the time. A second world war, with its advancing killing spree, with its Holocaust, with its destruction, with its world economic collapse, all these things amounted to the collective psyche of human beings to look at things from a different perspective.
from a new perspective. And why so? Because time was changing. Today in post-COVID era, if we are looking at texts as we used to see them before the COVID era, then probably we are going the wrong way because the time has changed again. Now the question remains, how does it change? Does it only change with epoch? Does it only change with larger than life tragedies? Maybe not. As human beings, we change over the generations, over the decades sometimes. Previously, age gap or generation gap would be considered at the margin of 20 to 25 years. Now generations are changing in 10 years. A person who's 10 years younger to us can no longer relate to us. The reason is the time has changed. And that is why, in one way, time changes like slowly over the generations, over the decades. And in another way, time also changes over great events, both good and bad, such as I will just briefly take an anthropological example. The death of Queen Elizabeth II in England recently marked an abrupt change, primarily in the monarchy. Charles became the king and Camilla the queen consort. The question is, what happened after that? The social, cultural, and the political value of the people in England started changing. A South Asian person is about to become an administrative head in the corpus of regal administration, in the ministry, of course, or in the public domain. The question is also about acceptance of a new king. On what basis will he be accepted? Now, similarly in literature, when we look at an event, we have to understand why will the literary event be accepted? What is the call of the hour? In post-COVID era, the call of the hour is to rise above theories. Why do we need to rise above theories? Because we can no longer be slave to one particular theory. Because things have become much more plural, much more complex. Initially, we could say that there is a division between the rich and poor. There is a difference between gender. But I'll take another example. Post-COVID has taught us that men can be as competent in household work as women, because men have done that. And women can be as competent as men in doing online stuff, because there are women who would previously feel a little scared of doing online banking. I mean, mostly, domestic circle had many a time stopped a woman from doing these kind of things, because initially, like I'll be honest, I learned my taxes from my father during COVID, because I always thought my father will get away with it. He will do it way better. But the time, maybe my father did not have the time and patience to teach me income tax before. Or maybe I did not have the confidence to learn it before. So probably COVID has changed. COVID has altered. If I don't use the word gender perception, I can also use the word personal perception. Our perceptions has changed. Now, which theory do we use for that? Psychoanalysis, we may use. We can also use feminism or gender theory, but must we use it? Obviously, I am nobody to comment on that. But still, probably the time has come to look into ourselves. There was a beautiful Renaissance poetry by Sydney from Astrophel and Stella, where the muse had told the poet, look into your heart and write. So that is where I stand. That is where people in my generation, probably I cannot use the word should, but probably can try to stand if for a moment. We can always go back, of course. As we see that trends change, trends evolve. So of course we can always go back. But there are, of course, other texts in question. as we say, language, literature, and linguistics. In terms of language also, we see that the language is changing. So what do we deduce? Do we deduce a massive change? Now change, God forbid, if it is massive, then usually comes through the avenue of tragedy. We don't want that. But nevertheless, change is something that cannot be stopped. The language that we speak now all over the world, especially as Indians, and I'm very proud, has received an exceptionally individualistic identity of Indian English. When we were in college, Indian English was still looked down upon. But now, as I see in world academia, Indian English literature as well as Indian English language is highly appreciated. And mostly because we have a very strong grammar that is coming from the linguistic basis that Indian post-independence academicians have very tightly and steadily built. And this is something that my reading of world language has made me conclude that our English is much better even in, I know this is a little politically incorrect, but I cannot help myself from saying much better for from American English, because I am personally, as I'm grading the American students, I'm personally quite surprised to see master's level students making grammatical mistakes. In whichever university in India, master's level students do not make grammatical mistakes. PU students, I'll just a moment. I'm sorry. PU students making grammatical mistakes are still acceptable. But when we are looking at higher degree level students, we do not expect this. Obviously, there are some exceptions. We are a post-colonial country. We have first generation learners, but majority of our students do not do that. This is something that I want to make a note of here. And then in literature, as I have said, that texts have to come to a new reading. I will briefly give an example. When we started doing English, Indian English literature, we started, say, the trio of Mulk Raj Anand, Raja Rao, and R.K. Narayan. And they were writing in their own way. To a certain extent, their texts were Marxist from a standpoint. The social issues were taken into account. But right now, the world is reading, Indian subcontinent as well as the world is reading authors like, and pardon me for saying this, I am not biased against any author. People are reading authors like Arvind Adiga and Chetan Bhagat and Jhumpa Lahiri and Arundhati Roy, even Vikram Seth, or even contemporary authors like Durjoy Datta. I was quite surprised because these dots do not have one linear connection. Raja Rao or Mulk Raj Anand or R.K. Narayan has a linear connection, some sort of a cultural base we can identify. But the authors that I mentioned later, we cannot identify one single linear connection. Then what do I deduce from it? The deduction is India has many faces, and the world is gradually accepting the true essence of diversity. We have all talked about unity in diversity, but let's face it, we never had unity. Technically, as per as the constitution, we do have, but do we really have? Have we been able to accept? Have we been able enough to accept each other? I don't think so. My personal experience is we have not been violent or something, but cultural differences have stayed, and they're supposed to stay. India is so big a country. We did have mutual respect, but it is always a little difficult if I try to take up a text by Kuvempu and then try to have a comparative study of Jaydev with Kuvempu. They're close to being contemporaries, but the person will obviously face a huge linguistic gap which could not be bridged. Now, some comparative literature scholars have tried, some linguistic scholars have tried, but as we all know, a lot always get lost in translation, and there is nothing we can do about it. This is a very passionately disastrous question. What to do in this kind of things? It's not that we don't value Kuvempu or we don't value Jayadev. We would love to have a comparative study because it's good for both the states, but we cannot. This is a collective failure. However, modern world is allowing us to accept both the texts in their own right, as well as when they're reading it in translation, they can still have a comparative analysis. Our initial snobbishness against translation has waned away, because if we had that, then Indian literature, I mean, that's a big word because it's an umbrella term. Still, Indian literature would not have an individual face otherwise. This is something that we need to look into. The third very chosen word is linguistics. Just a moment. Yeah. Hi, I'm very sorry for the disruption. So I was telling.
Dr. Ritu?
Ma'am, you're muted, ma'am.
Sorry. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that in the context of linguistics, India possibly is doing one of the greatest jobs, and I am saying this thing because I have been due to my posting in Indiana University, I'm very closely observing the linguistic research, because the humanities department here, they function very well in terms of linguistics, and this is for all my brothers and sisters back home. If you are looking for PhDs in linguistics, Indiana University has a lot of fellowships. You can just look into the website and see what are the fellowships they're offering. Okay, coming back to my point, Indian linguistics has grown or evolved from two corners. One, to the scientific base, ELT has grown from the purview of science, and secondly, from the cultural units. So there are researches such as the linguistic transition, say of Bengali post partition. Now that is data based, and at the same time, a cultural reading will be necessary. So these kind of researches are coming up, which are very, very important for a country like India, because our history has been quite traumatic. We have had so many problems. I am tempted to talk a little about Midnight's Children. If we go back to Midnight's Children by Salman Rushdie, there is a beautiful comment by the author where he had said that there are many Indias. We choose to see the India we want to see. Now the question remains, at the wake of 2022, and now 2022 is almost coming to an end. So if I may say, at the wake of 2023, should we just look at literature or language or linguistics just as they are, or just as they could be used as tropes to change lives, to change the face and identity of our country, of our academia. And I'm sure with the wonderful potential that we have, we can do excellent things. There are problems, I understand. And it cannot be denied that we are victims of 200 years of colonial rule. We cannot totally eradicate that. Nevertheless, in our attempts, we have only proved that we are a courageous lot. And our academicians all over the world and in country have only proved the same. And I feel very proud, not just as an academician based somewhere away from India. My status somewhere away from India makes me prouder every day because I have come here as an Indian. And I want to share this with you all. Something that I forgot to write in my bio note. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at Beach Pilani, and that was one of the many reasons why I got this chance. And clearly, Beach Pilani is not an international institution. So once we have a base from an Indian origin, people know that how far we have come from being a 1947 post-colonial newly built nation to a country that is growing into a global power. On that note, I wouldn't take long. I want to thank everybody and every academician who's listening to me that whatever we are doing today, we are doing fine. We can do better and we will do better. And with such wonderful collaborations, we only have progress on our way. That'll be all. Thank you. I want to thank you all for having me here, and over to you all, and I hope I see you again in one of the many conferences that you are hosting, because I love to be a part of such friendly relations that shape into academic exchanges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very appropriate and fulfilling note of valediction. I now request Dr. K. Kavi Arasu, editor, Ruth Journal, and assistant professor of English, Vivekananda College, Agastishwaram, and Kanyakumari, Tamil Nadu, to propose vote of thanks.
Good evening, dignitaries across the world. I hope I'm audible. Madam, am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Thank you, madam. So, of course, we are happy that we had a wonderful one-day conference organized by Bodhi and SRM Institute of Science and Technology on emerging trends in language, literature, and linguistics. So, by the end of this day, we are happy to wind up the program with this note of vote of thanks. So first and foremost, we on behalf of Bodhi, International Journal of Research in Humanities, Science and Arts, would like to thank the co-organizer, the Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Ramapuram campus, Chennai, for the joint venture. So, in this regard, I would like to thank the professor and the head, Dr. V. Rema, and all the other faculty members, especially Dr. S. Savita, assistant professor, selection grade from SRM University, for taking all the efforts to organize this fruitful seminar and this conference, to make this conference a grand success. Next, I thank the management and all the resource persons of this day, starting from the inaugural address by Dr. Mustabishra Siddiq, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Language and Literature, Taiba University, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the keynote address by Dr. Mahendra Maniam, Associate Professor, Department of English Language, Faculty of Language and Communication, Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia, and Dr. B. J. Geeta, Associate Professor of English Studies, School of Social Science and Humanities, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Thiruvarur, Tamil Nadu. I also thank all the chairpersons of this day, Dr. A. Chandrabose, Senate Member of Madurai Kamaraj University and Assistant Professor of English, Manjura College, Tamil Nadu. Dr. Indra Banerjee, Assistant Professor of English, Yogoda Satsang Mahavidyalaya, Ranchi University, Jharkhand, India. Dr. S. Ramanathan, Assistant Professor of English, VHNS is in college, Virudhunagar. And I'm deeply indebted to the valediction address delivered by our chief guest of this valediction, Dr. Ritu Sri Sengupta, who is a Fulbright Research Fellow in Indiana University, USA. So at this moment, I also thank the wonderful team of Bodhi Journals, headed by Dr. Balakrishnan and his office for making this grand success and for working from day one until now to make it a perfect one. So once again, I thank one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now let us make a serene closure of this event with national anthem.
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Balakrishnan. Balakrishnan, sir.
Sir, are you here?
Dr. Kavir, sir. We should know from them whether we can close this session and move. Sir?
Rama ma'am.
Yes.
Rama ma'am.
Yes.
Balakrishnan sir, he asked us to close the session. He has some important work.
Okay.
Okay.
Ritu ma'am, thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us.
Dr. Sengupta, thank you so much. It was a very, very casual, but a very, very informative presentation from you. So we all,
Thank you so much.
yeah, it's a long time.
It's really very lively.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you so much. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. And I want to thank you all. And so once I go back, I'm definitely going to visit SRM and I'm going to meet you all.
Yes,
sure.
That is exactly what I wanted to say. Once you're back to India, I think we should visit Chennai and be a part of a program in our institution.
Sure. And you wouldn't believe this. During my stay in Bangalore, I am officially half adopted by entire South India. I have friends all over South India. And I cannot live without rasam and sambar. I do have rasam powder in my house.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, thank you. Thank you
so much, ma'am.
Hello, Dr. Ritushni, madam.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you? Oh my God. This is you coming.
Actually, I'm out of. I just like to join in the valediction. I thought on the way nearing home.
So nice.
So really
And whose
happy.
idea was to play the national anthem? Felt so good. Sitting in another country listening to national anthem. Never felt this good.
Probably his idea.
Oh, it was a great idea. Thank you.
Yes. Of course. So, Rama madam, it was wonderful.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, thank
So
you,
I'm
sir.
sorry I could not.
No, not an issue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Is there a form that we have to fill up?
Ma'am, no, ma'am. No, not for you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Shall I log out?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am. We would miss you.
Good day, ma'am.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
Personally, I loved it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Bye.
Ma'am, I have the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we just joined from the French session. We just joined after finishing the French session.
Yes,
Most of the
ma'am.
valedictory.
Ma'am.
I don't know if a feedback form was shared at that time.
No issues, ma'am. No issues. Don't worry about feedback, ma'am. You will be shared through.
Thank you very much,
mail,
ma'am. I congratulate you on the excellent organization of this conference, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Organizing team.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Feedback link will be shared through mail, ma'am. You need
As
not
an
bother
attending,
about
I
it.
deeply appreciate it. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Once again, congratulations to everyone for the success.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Event. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, ma'am. Savita, ma'am, we can log out now?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay.
Session 2 is still going on.
It was about to be over, I heard. Only one, she
Okay.
said, no?
Okay,
Ma'am,
we'll
session
find
2
out.
is completed, ma'am. It has been completed.
Okay, I think, sir. No, session 3, I think.
Three,
Session
yeah,
3 is
three.
still going on.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Savita, ma'am.
Thank you, a friend.
Walter, thank you.
Thank you, Nagamani ma'am.
Devjani, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Walter, sir.
Thank you, friend.
Thank you, Nagamani, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.